This is the North American team. The hosts are Alex Skorick and myself, Mark Anderson. As has been our tradition of late, let's start with the disclaimer.
Okay, here we go.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
So again, thank you all for joining. Those who weren't here were when I read the announcement at first. What I'd like to do, Alex should be here, and well, I think he is here, but he's preparing to share with us in about 60 minutes. I don't know if anyone sprayed this morning, spraying a peace dome in place. I have, and it's become another regular thing we do on every Sunday at noon, I believe it is, CET, and also 6 p.m. CET. Others who'd like to become more involved or support more, you can also consider joining as a Universal Council member or a Universal Council supporter. And that will be entirely up to you as you're led by your own soul. I would also encourage everyone to continue to join the different language communities. Today we're going to be visiting a little bit in Brazil's language community and a little bit in the Italian language community. As we saw in the telegram, if you happen to see it, we're going to play about 30 minutes of the interview Mr. Kesh did on Radio Vision. And Stefania was there and a few others from the past. So we're going to do that. And it's more about the soul. Everything seems to be getting concentrated around the soul, the capabilities of the soul, understanding our soul. And so it's all about the soul, more or less. I've also invited any clergy, and you should also feel free to invite clergy or men of the cloth or men who wear robes to join us and to share their knowledge about the soul, about what they understand about who man is in the universe and some of his capabilities. We'd be happy to have a diplomatic dialogue with each and all of them. So what I'd like to do now is to go over to the Brazilian language community, which they made a very touching new video. I'm just trying to let a few people in as we talk here. They made a very beautiful video, and of course, we all acknowledge Raphael and the work that he's done, as well as all the Brazilian stars. And as Mr. Cash says, we don't promote any one individual here. So let's see if we can go to that first. It's about 7 minutes. And then we'll go to the teaching on Radio Visione and visit the Italian language community. We have a couple people trying to join us.
Mark, when it's coming Jalal or the others, it's better making one co-host.
Boa noite a todos. Hoje é a nossa última reunião do ano. Eu quero falar um pouco sobre o trabalho voluntário. Voluntário é o jovem ou adulto que dedica parte do seu tempo sem remuneração alguma. Mas o voluntariado, o nosso voluntariado aqui do grupo, vai um pouco mais além. É uma doação incondicional de copos da vida 1, copos da vida 2, com uma pitada de amor e carinho, sempre, sempre. Nós ainda somos poucos aqui no Brasil, mas nós temos o conhecimento que foi dado pelo Sr. Cash. Estamos unidos e vamos enfrentar qualquer barreira para que a tecnologia do plasma chegue em cada lar, para que a tecnologia do plasma chegue nos hospitais, na agricultura, nas escolas, nas igrejas. Vamos continuar doando o que nos foi dado gratuitamente. Mas de onde vem a nossa força? A nossa força vem do conhecimento, da amorosidade dos nossos irmãos brasileiros e do mundo inteiro, porque somos uma família. Nós somos solidários a todos que perderam seus entes queridos nessa pandemia e por isso não medimos esforços para ajudar quando recebemos um chamado. Nós sabemos como fazer e estamos empenhados em servir. Esse ano, toda retrospectiva, a maioria das vezes lembram tragédias e nós não, meus queridos. Nós lembramos luz, muita coisa bonita para ser mostrada. Foi um ano de desafios, alguns empecilhos tentaram nos parar por várias vezes, mas nós vencemos, porque o nosso intuito é salvar vidas, ajudar pessoas. Então, nós tivemos vitória, nós somos vitoriosos, muito. Eu quero agradecer aos buscadores de conhecimento que passaram por aqui, que fizeram parte do voluntariado, tiveram um papel muito importante desde o começo dessa pandemia, e aos que continuaram, que estão aqui firmes, fortes. Não dá para citar nomes, que são muitos. Eu vou chamá-los de meninos e meninas. A vocês, meninos e meninas, gratidão. Um beijo no coração de cada um. E eu me sinto honrada em fazer parte dessa família. Quando eu penso em vocês, eu venho a imagem de vocês e como brilham, como brilham. Vocês são lindos, vocês são maravilhosos. Me perguntaram uma vez o que vocês doam. Vocês não são entidades, vocês não são religiões e vocês se unem em um único propósito. Pois é, nós não sabemos responder. A culpa se chama NACT Cash. Esse ser maravilhoso. E a tecnologia une mesmo. A tecnologia tem esse poder, esse campo. Mas hoje eu quero ser breve e dizer que vocês são muito importantes. Muito importantes. E que o ano que vem eu espero que a nossa família aumente muito, muito. E nós estaremos aqui para recebê-los, nossos irmãozinhos, não é? Cada um com uma atividade, cada um com um doar, e nós formamos um time muito bom. Todos têm algo para dar. Foi isso que nós descobrimos, cada um de nós. Eu posso fazer algo, eu consigo ajudar. Então, eu quero agradecer a todos. Valeu, foi muito bom. E ano que vem vamos continuar. Vamos continuar atendendo a cada chamado. Mesmo que não seja fácil, nós estamos aqui, unidos sempre, no servir. Então, a todos os voluntários de todos os estados, de todo o país, gratidão, gratidão. Mas tem uma pessoa que aparece muito, mas é uma pessoa que a gente só cobra. Nós cobramos muito dele, não demonstramos muito a ele o quanto ele é importante. E essa pessoa se chama Rafael. O Rafael, ele é a pessoa que segurou firme esse grupo, que está segurando faz algum tempo. E a gente sabe que não é fácil. Eu quero te agradecer, Rafael, pelo apoio, pelo respeito, pela educação, por muitas vezes entrar na nossa frente, levar as flechadas e nos dizer assim, não entrem em energia ruim, deixem que eu resolvo. O Rafael, ele lembra muito a fala do Sr. Cash, quando diz assim, vocês, buscadores de conhecimento, são a Fundação Cash. Então, eu quero agradecer a você, Rafael, por tudo que tem feito e te dar os parabéns. Que 2021 venha e que o amor e o carinho que nos une continue cada vez mais forte e que essa família aumente cada vez mais. Gratidão. Feliz Ano Novo.
I would like to thank Rafael for all his hard work in 2020 to bring the Cash Foundation Brazil in the international arena of the Cash Foundation worldwide, and for all his hard work and dedication to make sure that all citizens of this planet are aware of the knowledge on an equal basis. And in so many ways, the true essence of the Cash Foundation and ethos of the Cash Foundation has been kept by the work of Rafael and all the knowledge seekers of the Brazil, and has made the Brazil a shining lamp in the structure of the Cash Foundation worldwide. Thank you.
Eu gostaria de agradecer ao Rafael por todo o seu árduo trabalho em 2020 para trazer à Fundação Cash Brasil uma arena internacional da Fundação Cash Mundial, e por todo o seu árduo trabalho e dedicação para garantir que todos os cidadãos deste planeta tenham consciência do conhecimento em base de igualdade e, de muitas maneiras, a verdadeira essência da Fundação Cash e ethos da Fundação Cash tem sido mantida pelo trabalho do Rafael e todos os buscadores de conhecimentos do Brasil. E tem feito no Brasil uma lâmpada brilhante na estrutura da Fundação Cash em todo o mundo. Obrigado.
And we want to thank all the Brazilian stars as they've elevated themselves as well as elevating all the other language communities. And one way you can support them is just through your own soul. or you can show up at the meetings, which is very special as well, to see other people from around the globe joining them in this work. So feel free. They're very beautiful, as are all the language groups, to be part of and to participate in if you'd like to. Now let's go over to Italy and see what's going on in Italy. Mr. Kesh did an interview on Radio Visione recently, and I want to thank the radio station, internet station. I'm not sure if it's an actual broadcast station, but this is the second time they've had Mr. Kesh on. So let's go to that interview, and we'll spend about 30 minutes there exploring in a very simple way the soul and Mr. Kesh's drawings. And this is the understanding that Mr. Kesh is delivering to all of us, to understand more about the soul, its capabilities, and who we are. Are we a body with a soul, or are we a soul that has manifested in the physicality? So let's go right over there. Would anyone like to say anything before we do?
Yes, is the third interview. You show this. Okay.
No, go ahead. Sure.
No, it's just in 21, 23, and last day. No,
Right.
30.
Great. I must have missed one of those. And there's so much knowledge spread around the Kesh Foundation. You can look in the Knowledge Seekers Workshop on the One Planet, One Nation, One Race, in the Reactor Group, Knowledge Seekers. There's just so many different things to become involved in more and more. And it is such a nice feeling and very special to be around other knowledge seekers with thinking and trying to understand this technology. So let's go now to Italy and see what's going on there. There was a very strong organization in Italy, and somehow it got disrupted and had to be rebuilt, which Stefania is doing along with the other knowledge seekers. And they're going to copy exactly what's been going on in Brazil. So just like reactors, we're feeding back some of this, which helps to make them also stronger. And you will help them also through your soul and through your presence at the different language communities. So even though you don't understand the language, some of them are translated and some of them are not. You have Farsi, you have other languages, Dutch meetings. So feel free to join these language communities, support them, and build up the strength. Now let's go over to Radio Visione.
So, can we start? What do you want to know and what do you want to discuss?
Sì, lui vuole iniziare, vuole sapere cosa vuoi sapere esattamente, che lui te lo dice.
È interessante questo binomio anima e scienza. Di solito, come abbiamo detto, la scienza naviga per acque sue e non vuole intromettersi con la spiritualità, perché quando parliamo di anima. Ah, ecco, la domanda che potrei fare è questa. Quando Mr. Kesh parla di anima, si riferisce anche alla spiritualità?
Mr. Cash, when you refer of a soul, you also refer to a spiritual?
The thing is, how do you want to look at it?
Come lo vuoi guardare?
At the end of it, what the conclusion of it, every man has a source where its inner being is created and controlled and lived to.
Ogni essere vivente ha una fonte e da questa fonte deve vivere da questa fonte. You say so every living being has
let me explain to you something very simple. I do this quite easily because it's easier to understand, is that the solar system, the sun, has a solar system that, from its interaction of its field with its environment, dictates and shows that there is a solar system. It has planetary system, moons, and everything else in it.
Ok, there is the sun, c'è il sole al centro e c'è il sistema solare intorno. E il sole interagisce col sistema solare con i raggi del sole e c'è i pianeti che sono tra il sole e il sistema solare. Fin qua ci siamo, Antonio?
Yes,
Ok.
we understand.
Now, we have the body of the man again, which has organs, head, liver, whatever, arms and legs. So, in respect to the Earth atmosphere or the Earth field, it manifests itself as a human being.
E qui abbiamo l'uomo che dentro ha gli organi, poi vedete le gambe, le braccia, no? E che interagendo con la terra poi forma la forma dell'uomo, quello che voi vedete, quello che noi sappiamo che è l'uomo.
Where is the soul of this solar system? The human body.
Dov'è qui il sole del sistema? Se vedi queste due immagini sono uguali, no? Qui dov'è il sole?
Where its interaction with the field of the earth create the man, the physicality of the man.
Dov'è l'interazione che poi crea la creazione dell'uomo? Perché come vedi qua c'è il sole, qui non vedi.
So, where is the son of the man? Where is the source of the man that creates the man in respect to the planet?
Dov'è la fonte dell'uomo? Dov'è la fonte che tu la puoi, comparare al sole che crea, per esempio, il sole crea il sistema solare. Cos'è che crea l'uomo? Ci manca un pezzo qui.
Up to now, the religions have told us the soul is somewhere outside our body.
Fino adesso ci hanno fatto credere che il sole è sempre fuori dall'uomo, cioè la fonte è fuori dall'uomo.
We cannot have a solar system, we cannot have a physicality where the source, the center of it, the sun of it is outside it.
E quindi ci fanno credere che noi abbiamo la nostra fisicalità e la nostra anima, o il nostro sole, come si può dire, è fuori dall'uomo, ma cioè non... yes, Mr. Cash.
So the soul of the man is within the structure of the man.
Quindi il sole dell'uomo o l'anima dell'uomo è nella struttura dell'uomo.
Where in the interaction with the fields of the earth and the environment of the earth creates the man as we know it.
E come quando interagisce con i campi della terra, crea...
No,
Sì, vai.
praticamente è l'interazione che i raggi del sole hanno all'interno del sistema solare, crea i pianeti, la stessa anima all'interno del nostro corpo crea la nostra parte fisica.
So the soul of the man is within the structure of the man.
E l'anima dell'uomo è all'interno della struttura dell'uomo.
Up to now, we always been told is outside and needs a spirituality and somebody to study it that they don't understand. With the new science, we understand the soul of the man is in the center of the brain of the man.
Fino ad oggi ci hanno detto che che la spiritualità, cioè che il divino era fuori da noi, non era dentro di noi, e quindi abbiamo dovuto appoggiarci a quello che era la religione, mentre invece oggi sappiamo che l'anima dell'uomo è esattamente nel centro della testa dell'uomo, in mezzo al cervello.
So we now can understand its position, we can measure its strength, and understand its interaction with the environment and itself.
Adesso sappiamo dove si trova, sappiamo che forza ha, la possiamo misurare e abbiamo capito qual è l'interazione che ha lei nei confronti dell'ambiente.
And so now, do we need priests? Do we need religious people to tell us where our soul is? Now we know it is, and its conduct affects our lives, our physical life.
E in sostanza abbiamo veramente bisogno di preti e di religione per capire che la nostra anima è lì e che influenza la nostra condotta e da oggi possiamo capire che siamo noi responsabili di quello che facciamo.
And now with the present science, with MRI and with X-rays, we can pinpoint the place of the soul of the man in every man's brain.
E oggi, grazie all'utilizzo della scienza, delle risonanze magnetiche e di altri sistemi come questo, possiamo esattamente dire dove si trova l'anima, e cioè esattamente in mezzo al cervello.
So now the science has found the source of the man, the place of the soul of the man, the source of his own creation.
E oggi praticamente la scienza ha capito dove si trova e sa che quella è la diretta emanazione della parte fisica dell'uomo, è quella che crea l'uomo. È come il Sole per il sistema solare che crea i pianeti.
So where is the problem?
Dove non c'è nessun problema, è così semplice.
We have solved the long outstanding problem for the man in the name of the soul, and those who use the name of the soul to abuse the man in the name of religions or whatever.
E ora che abbiamo capito che l'anima è nel centro dell'uomo, non c'è più spazio per le religioni per abusare dell'uomo, raccontando che il divino non è dentro l'uomo ma è fuori l'uomo. Oggi, grazie alla scienza, sappiamo che la nostra anima è lì.
Now that we know the soul of the man is within the man himself is responsible for his soul and his conduct.
E ora che sappiamo che la nostra anima è dentro di noi, da oggi in poi siamo responsabili della nostra condotta.
And his conduct and his soul have to be the same.
E la nostra condotta deve rispecchiare quella che è la nostra anima.
In a way, every day is a day of judgment for the man.
E ogni giorno è il nostro giorno del giudizio, il rispetto a noi stessi.
Now that the man knows his soul is within him.
E adesso che noi sappiamo che l'anima è dentro di noi.
His creator, his line of communication with the others is within him. Up to now, it was a mystery.
È responsabile della comunicazione con gli altri, è dentro di noi e fino a oggi era stato un mistero.
Now the biggest problem for the new science is how to work out a new business for the clergy and the men of religion who have been using this position of man not knowing where the soul is and what is responsible for. We have to find a new job for them. There is no need for a man to have to somebody to say how to control and conduct his soul.
E oggi diciamo che uno dei grattacapi per la scienza sarà quello di dare un impiego ai preti, a tutte le persone di spicco religioso, perché non ci sarà più bisogno di loro, perché sappiamo che dove si trova l'anima, sappiamo che da oggi in poi siamo noi responsabili e quindi non c'è più bisogno di queste figure che ci hanno guidato, tra virgolette, fino a questo punto.
We will see the biggest opposition to the new science, to the new technology, will be the clergy. because
E-
now they have no more job. It's finished. Man has gone home.
I più grandi oppositori che vedremo contro questa tecnologia saranno proprio i leader religiosi, perché ora che viene svelato come la vera natura dell'uomo, loro non avranno più lavoro, non avranno più spazio, cioè non avranno più la credibilità che hanno avuto fino ad oggi.
So, what is the spirituality and what is the soul? And now the man knows the truth about his own creation. How spiritual does he become?
Quindi che cos'è, quando parliamo di spiritualità e di anima, l'uomo oggi è consapevole della vera natura di questa cosa.
Quindi praticamente noi abbiamo sempre creduto che esiste un corpo con dentro un'anima, in realtà è un'anima con intorno un corpo, è così?
Posso rientrare? Penso
Sì,
che
vai
si
Marco.
sente meglio ora. Ok. Mr. Cash, we have always believed that there is a body that has a soul. Maybe what you are saying now is that in some way it is the opposite. There's a soul that has a body. Is that correct?
If we look at the physiology, how our body was created, the answer is yes.
Se noi lo guardiamo sotto un aspetto fisiologico, quindi parliamo di come il corpo è stato creato, io dico di sì.
In the beginning, an egg and a sperm
All'inizio un ovolo e uno spermatozoo
come together.
si uniscono,
Each one has a soul of itself.
ognuno di essi ha un'anima sua.
But when they come together, they create a common soul that the two can share. Common
E nel momento in cui si incontrano e si uniscono, creano un'anima nuova, un'anima unica.
As they absorb more and more energy from the womb of the mother,
E man mano che assorbono più energia dall'utero della madre,
they divide and they create more cells with souls.
si dividono e creano altre cellule che hanno altre anime.
And as the number increases, there is a one central control that all have a balance and communication with.
E nel momento in cui queste anime, queste cellule si moltiplicano, loro rimangono in un qualche modo collegati a un centro di controllo che è l'anima iniziale.
So that central control is what we call the soul of the man.
E quel centro di controllo è quello che noi chiamiamo l'anima.
Then this interaction with the central control makes the body of the man, the arm, the face, the brain, and the rest of it.
E questa interazione tra queste cellule, queste anime, con l'anima centrale, col centro di controllo, è ciò che poi crea le braccia, le gambe e tutte le parti del corpo.
And this gives the structure of the body of the man.
È questo che porta alla struttura del corpo dell'uomo.
And the interaction of the field flow of the blood
E l'interazione dei campi del sangue
with the fields of the soul of the man
con i campi dell'anima dell'uomo
in the brain, we call it the creation of emotions.
all'interno del cervello è quello che noi definiamo la creazione delle emozioni.
And that's how life is. That's why we feel our emotion in our brain.
È per questo che noi in un qualche modo sentiamo le emozioni anche all'interno del cervello.
Now we understand the process fully.
E questo ora ci porta a una comprensione del processo nel suo insieme.
That's why when the man dies and the blood circulation stops,
Questo è il motivo per cui quando l'uomo muore e la circolazione del sangue smette,
as blood is a dynamic plasmatic field control,
siccome il sangue è un controllo dei campi dinamico,
and creates a cage to control the soul, to contain the soul,
che crea in un qualche modo una gabbia che contiene l'anima,
when a man dies and the blood circulation goes,
quando l'uomo muore e la circolazione del sangue cessa,
the soul of the man becomes free to take his new position.
l'anima dell'uomo si libera e trova una nuova posizione.
And according to the strength that the soul of the man has gathered during the lifetime of its creation,
In base alla forza che quest'anima ha raggiunto durante il processo di vita,
then the soul of the man becomes a seed of another planet, another star, somewhere in the universe.
e lì l'anima dell'uomo diventa il seme di un altro pianeta, di un'altra stella, in un altro luogo dell'universo.
Now we understand the purpose of the birth and the creation of the soul.
Ed oggi comprendiamo la creazione dell'anima e la perfezione dell'anima.
We become the source, we become a son, become a new life through the creation. We are the seed for the creation of new life in the space.
Noi diventiamo la creazione di un'altra vita, diventiamo la nascita di un'altra vita nello spazio.
È molto interessante questa visione, diciamo, un po' diversa da quella di cui siamo abituati ad avere, una visione, la definirei quasi atea. Volevo fare, c'ho tante domande, una domanda un po' provocatoria. Il dottor Kesh ha detto che ogni cellula ha all'interno una sua anima.
Mr. Kesh, you have brought a very new vision that for us is different from many other ways of seeing things. I would define it a new, not religious vision. Puoi ripetere?
Cioè, ogni
Qualche
cellula,
domanda,
in ogni cellula c'è un'anima. La domanda, diciamo, di una persona semplice, è nata prima la cellula o l'anima?
Marco, il microfono. Più vicino.
Sì, grazie.
Sente male.
Antonio was saying if every cell has a soul, what came first, the cell or the soul?
The creation of the absorption and interaction of the field leads to creation of the plasma. That these fields themselves need the central control, that they create a soul or a center. In a way, a soul is a sun, is a center, nothing else. It's a central control that everybody communicates and organizes themselves through.
In un qualche modo ogni cellula è un piccolo sole che si crea dall'interazione dei campi, è una linea di comunicazione.
Ok.
I tell you one thing, Vatican will turn over with this, huh?
Can you repeat the question, please, Mr. Cash?
I said, now the Vatican will turn over with this new knowledge.
Dice che ora il Vaticano con questa nuova conoscenza si rivolterà in se stesso.
Beh, immagino. È come quando è arrivato Gesù Cristo e ha rivoltato il sinedrio del loro potere.
Sì, it's a bit like what happened when Jesus Christ came and brought new things to their power.
The point is now we can produce systems that can feel the strength of the soul of the man and interact with it.
Il problema è che noi ora riusciamo a creare quei campi che possono interagire con l'anima dell'uomo e con i campi che ci circondano.
And we have been teaching these for past few years. Now we're coming to the final point of teaching how to build systems which interact with the soul of the man.
Sono un paio di anni che stiamo insegnando come creare questi campi, fino ad arrivare al punto di insegnare proprio come creare questi campi per interagire con l'anima dell'uomo.
Now is the time when the science meets the religion and becomes one.
Questo è il momento in cui la scienza incontra la religione e diventa un'unica cosa.
Ma ogni anima ha una sua individualità o appartiene a una matrix universale?
Every soul has, in a way, its individual self, or is it everything is part of a big matrix?
We are part of, once a soul is like a magnet. When you put a magnet in the middle of many magnets, all other magnets move to accommodate it.
Sì, ogni anima è un po' come un magnete, nel senso che nel momento in cui tu aggiungi un magnete, una calamita a un altro gruppo di magneti, tutti quanti si riposizionano in funzione di quella nuova calamita che hai messo, quindi c'è un'interazione continua.
When a plasma is created and its center is formed, now other magnets have, other plasmas have to accommodate it to find its place.
Nel momento in cui te posizioni un plasma, tutti gli altri plasma che sono attorno, quindi tutte le altre calamite che sono attorno, sono costrette a riposizionarsi in un modo nuovo.
Ma allora scusa, tutte quelle persone, a questo punto allora non esiste un al di là, non esiste un'altra dimensione, cioè tutto quello che ci hanno fino adesso fatto pensare che una volta che, un individuo muore, l'anima va in un'altra dimensione, non è più così con questa concezione.
Antonio is asking, so what you are saying is that there is no afterlife, there's nothing else after.
Yes, there is more. After physical life, when our soul leaves our body, it finds a new position in the universe to become the beginning of a new sun, the beginning of a new life.
Anzi, nel momento in cui il corpo fisico muore, l'anima immigra e trova una nuova posizione per diventare un qualcosa di completamente nuovo, per creare un nuovo ciclo, come un nuovo sole all'interno di questo universo. Quindi sì, c'è molto dopo questa vita fisica.
Scusa, potrei aggiungere anche un'altra cosa.
Sì, infatti volevo dire, fate anche voi domande.
Tutto questo...
Marco, the volume up,
Sì.
Non avendo la passcode, non sono riuscito ad accedere dal computer, quindi sto urlando. Però...
Scusa Stefi, un attimo solo. Volevo dire questo. Questo nuovo passaggio dopo la morte comunque è sempre in relazione a ciò che noi alla nostra condotta qui, cioè se noi rubiamo in tutti i sensi, non è solo nel senso fisico, la nostra condotta non è corretta, questo influenza la forza della nostra anima una volta che noi passiamo nell'altra parte.
Translation.
Ecco, ti ho messo la password nella chat qui.
Grazie.
Adesso ho scoperto dov'è.
Ok, magari maybe Filippo, you translate meanwhile Marco to the app.
Okay. The strength of our soul, once we die, once we leave the body, is direct connected to the conduct of we have in the life we have every day. If we are stealing, if we are killing, if we are bad conduct in our life, we are taking energy from our soul. So when we leave the body, there's nothing left for become another seeds,
more or less.
more or less.
Traduci.
È quello che ho detto prima, ho detto che se noi abbiamo la nostra condotta, quando noi rubiamo nella vita, quando noi facciamo del male, quando abbiamo una cattiva condotta, come potrebbe essere, prendiamo un Hitler o qualunque altro leader che ha creato distruzione e morte, questa cattiva condotta ruba, cioè prende dalla nostra anima quella che è quella che si libererà dal corpo, prende energia da lì, così che nel momento in cui questa anima lascia il corpo è così piccola e così insignificante che non avrà forza per creare un altro ciclo di vita.
In a physical life, we create children. It's
Nella vita fisica creiamo bambini, facciamo bambini.
When our soul is released from our physical body, in the depth of the universe, it'll become a seed of another sun.
Quando la nostra anima si libera dal corpo e diventerà il seme per diventare un altro sole.
And then eventually it becomes the sun.
E forse eventualmente potrebbe diventare un sole.
And then it creates its own solar system.
E di conseguenza creerà il suo sistema solare.
And with it will create its own life, becomes the creator of new life in the dimension of his strength.
E diventerà il creatore di nuova vita, come il Sole crea la vita nel nel sistema solare, come vediamo sul pianeta Terra, noi saremo così.
If on Earth we strive for our children to become the best, to become doctors and scientists and engineers, then when it comes to our soul, what kind of children do we expect to create from our soul?
Noi nella nostra vita fisica ci lottiamo e facciamo di tutto per diventare dottori, per dare il massimo per avere una posizione. Ma che cosa sarà per la nostra anima quando andiamo di là? Che cosa ci aspettiamo dalla nostra anima che faccia?
So what your soul carries, it becomes a creator of new life. So if you carry a misconduct forward, what do you expect to create in the space, in the world of the creator?
Quindi se la tua anima è stata responsabile di crimini e di una cattiva condotta, che cosa ti aspetti di creare una volta che sei dall'altra parte?
This is the spirituality. This is where we are responsible for our soul and its conduct. And what we do in the physical life, that it dictates our soul.
Questa è la spiritualità, è essere responsabili della nostra condotta, ora che sappiamo che la nostra condotta è direttamente connessa a quello che farà la nostra anima di là. Questa è la spiritualità.
In a way, can I explain one thing? In a way, Earth is a nursery of new souls, new seeds for new stars in the universe. And this is the purpose of this planet. We become a source of new life across the universe.
E in un certo senso la Terra, anzi senza in un certo senso, la Terra è una sorta di allevamento, però non è la parola giusta, è un posto dove nascono nuove anime che diventeranno semi per creare nuovi sistemi solari.
Questa è
Sì,
affascinante,
Marco?
molto affascinante come idea. Quindi praticamente tutto avviene sia nel macro, quindi nella grandezza dell'universo, ma anche nel micro. Quindi l'universo non è altro che un multiverso dal macro al micro. È così?
Marco?
Sì. So in a way, the universe is an interaction between the macro and the micro dimension.
That's it. That's how it is.
Sì, esattamente.
Io adesso faccio una domanda che non c'entra un po' nulla, nel senso, no, ha anche un significato. Allora, intanto voglio sapere se lui conosce il Grigori Grabovoi.
He would like to ask a question, but before he would like to know, do you know about a man whose name is Gregory Graham?
Grabovoi. Grigori Grabovoi.
No,
No,
never heard of it.
non
No,
ne ho mai sentito.
che lui afferma, anche lui è uno scienziato russo che afferma che il corpo umano potrebbe essere, non potrebbe, è addirittura eterno.
See, this is a Russian scientist, and he says, in a way, the human body is eternal.
Life never finishes. Interaction of magnetic fields never finishes.
La vita non cessa mai di esistere perché l'interazione dei campi non cessa mai di esistere.
It converts from one to another.
Semplicemente si converte da uno stato ad un altro.
In the world of physics, we say conservation of energy.
In fisica la chiameremo la conservazione dell'energia.
In the work of the creator, we call it conservation of the magnetic field.
Nell'ordine, nel lavoro del creatore lo chiameremo la conservazione dei campi.
We change from one energy to another.
Quindi è un cambiamento fra un tipo di energia ad un'altra.
Anche lui attraverso delle apparecchiature riesce a far amplificare lo stato di coscienza esistenziale delle varie persone e anche lui afferma che queste macchine un giorno non serviranno più perché l'uomo non ne avrà più bisogno. È così anche per lui?
This man of which he was talking about, through a sort of machinery, he manages to amplify the signal of the conscience of a soul to another. And he said, and this man is saying, one day there will not be any more the need of these machines that amplify.
In Keshe Foundation, we have managed to create a heartbeat the same as the heartbeat of the man.
Nella fondazione Cash siamo riusciti a creare il battito di un cuore in una forma molto simile a quella del cuore umano.
And we showed this last year, in Austria in a conference.
E l'abbiamo mostrato in Austria in una conferenza a novembre dell'anno scorso.
Now, when we can create the heartbeat of the soul the same way,
e quando noi quindi riusciamo a creare il battito del cuore di un'anima,
we can interconnect all the souls around the universe to each other.
Noi riusciamo a interconnettere tutte le anime allo stesso modo, tutte le anime dell'universo.
As all the souls have the same heartbeat.
Perché tutte le anime hanno lo stesso cuore.
There's just different energy, gravity, and magnetic field in respect to each other.
Cambia solamente l'energia, il campo magnetico gravitazionale rispetto di uno rispetto a un altro.
And how much of certain magnetic field are within the structure, within their structure.
Quindi dipende quanto di questi campi magnetico-gravitazionali c'è all'interno della loro struttura.
The new technology which we have shown in Linz few months ago, the new system is to elevate the soul of the man, that the soul repairs the physicality.
Il nuovo sistema che abbiamo creato e portato in esposizione a Linz serve proprio in un qualche modo a interagire con l'anima dell'uomo affinché essa possa riparare il corpo fisico.
Because it's the soul who leads to the creation of the physicality in interaction with this environment.
Perché è l'anima che porta alla creazione della fisicalità in relazione del proprio ambiente.
Ma qualcuno sicuramente lo avrà già fatto o lo farà prima o poi, di accusarla di voler che l'uomo con questa ideologia voglia sostituirsi
Wow, how simple and how fantastic. I think if the churches brought in this teaching, I'd be in church every day, or temple, or mosque. Hint, hint, Padre. Alex, I don't know if you're ready to come in. There was another clip. Mr. Kesh gave us a little New Year sort of speech and what happened around Christmas and how we couldn't get together. I wanted to play that and I overlooked it. And that's probably about 7 minutes. And it had something about the store in there too, which I also wanted to incorporate in. But Alex, if you're ready to come in, or if you'd like to comment, or anyone would like to comment on what we've just seen, this is the void I think that all of us have been searching for. Some people try to find it in cooking, or maybe sports, or maybe a marriage, or other things. But this is the void, this is the knowledge that all of us have been searching for. And we don't always get to find it, but we want to thank Mr. Kesh for enlightening us how simple it really is. Of course, we're just scratching the surface, but it's still a very enlightening teaching. And I wanted to share it with everyone. And I want to thank Radio Vision, Stefania, and the others, Marco, for bringing this or putting this together in a certain way. And of course, Mr. Kesh as well. Alex, your mic is open.
Good day, everybody. My name is Alex Skoric, and this is welcome to the North American Corona team. Thank you for allowing us to come and visit with you today. That was an awesome presentation, Mark. My presentation today is a bit repetitive. Well, it's a lot repetitive, actually. And the interesting thing is that I think we're all on the same path. I think we all know that we're converging and coming towards the same ideals. And I need to echo your sentiments there with respect to the radio broadcast. A lot has transpired as a result of that. The most important thing is that the Italian community has discovered a new strength and a new courage, actually, because as you said, let's understand what happened on Wednesday took a lot of courage, because I think, as you said, if you had that kind of teaching, you'd be going to church every day, and me as well. Yeah, I think that's an important point. What has transpired as a result of that meeting is that we have as you know, that we've been working with the Brazilian crew, and they have set up a pattern and a template for teaching all the newcomers, for teaching the teachers, and then allowing the teachers to teach the newcomers. And as a result of the Italian meeting, this has given Stefania a tremendous amount of strength to move forward. And this is now snowballing. And so the purpose of my presentation today, and I'm just going to ask you if you think it would be appropriate, is that we have begun the intermediate public teachings to continue from the basic teachings that we've been doing the last couple of months, because we have an eye towards the March 21st. And the question is, how do we get all the newcomers to have access to the new technology? So I think what's happened on Wednesday is that basically we've just come off the edge of the flat earth and come into the real reality. And it's been a fast forward. And the purpose of my teachings has been to try and bridge between between where we are in the physicality and where we are going. What do you think, Mark?
Certainly. That's why you're here,
Well,
among other things.
yeah.
I leave it up to you, Alex. I leave it up to you.
Okay. Well, you know what? Why don't I just go ahead with it, because there is a large contingent here from overseas who have asked about this, and almost everyone is here about this, and so maybe this would be a good way of seeing an example of one of the things that we're doing. I have had the opportunity of sharing this one of the previous basic classes with the Iranian group, and that went over really, really well. And we have been doing the extensive classes with the Brazilian group, and then, as I say, tomorrow we're starting off with the new classes for the new year. So if there's anyone who wants to interject before I get into it.
Could you clarify, Alex, what's the time on that for your teaching tomorrow?
Yes, it's actually midnight Central European time.
Okay.
That would be 6 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
Is this in the same public teaching room number?
It's in the Brazilian public teaching number. Yes, it is. Okay. And Dariana has posted it on Friday, and she will be posting it in the telegrams again. And I do believe it's already allocated on YouTube. We get about 700 people to these classes, about 500 in the Brazilian community, and then there's a strong Spanish community that is supported. And they're also doing simulcast, and they throw in another 200 people. So on the live sessions alone, we're getting about 700 people. This is obviously very, very late for the European community and the Asian community. And so what we're looking at is to try and catch a more favorable time slot, and that's what we're organizing right now. But the most important thing is to organize the teams, because we don't have enough teachers, and we need stronger, more developed groups. And as I say, the Brazilian community is leading the way, showing how it's organized, how it's done, and how we're moving forward. And then on Friday, they did announce also that the basic classes that we did 2 months ago were going to be redone in Portuguese exclusively, no English translation, so that the Portuguese community can hear their own native language. And so we hope to repeat this in the various other languages, because everyone likes to hear their language in their own native language from a native language teacher. It's just human nature. And so we want to provide for that and go forward that way. Mark, if you'd like, I can carry forward.
Please.
Okay, my friend, let's do this. And I want to welcome everybody on this very, very important occasion. And why do I say it's an important occasion is because the next week is going to be probably the most important week of the year. And it's a brand new year. So Happy New Year to everybody. Things will not be the same at this time next week.
We see your screen.
This is a presentation of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute on the intermediate public teachings of plasma science. My name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. I'm part of the Keshe Foundation Canada Plasma Education Group. And this is January the 3rd. And this is, today we were planning on doing soul rules. There are rules about souls. And as I say, this is a cooperative effort between the Spaceship Institute, the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, and the Keshe Foundation Canadian Group. And I'm obliged, before we get into this, to put forward a disclaimer. So please bear with me. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. Excuse me, for patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, and listeners should always consult their physician. Excuse me. In serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties expressed or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided as is and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience applied by themselves, for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Each person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body, but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to. As I had mentioned, this is the third in a series of the intermediate classes for the Keshe Foundation Canada Plasma Education Series. Last week we were talking about neutron math, and now we're getting into soul rules. And this is the first pointer that we've done to the new technology in terms of where we're going in the new year. Many people who are attracted to this industry are looking for energy and physics and chemistry and all sorts of things. And these are very much in matter state. We are looking to get into new understandings. We've discussed transmission, transition, transmutation, plasmas, dynamic plasmas. We're going to continue with the dynamic plasma and understanding and how it goes through various dimensions. But we've been focusing on the ranges and how we transcend these ranges. And I'd like you to remember that as we go through this, because we have to understand that the fundamental range that we're operating in is within the magnetical gravitational relationship of the Earth. We are independent of the Earth, but we are participating with the Earth. The Earth's field is our range, and we can move within that range. And how we move within that range is the same way that the universe is created. So when we look at how we're operating on this Earth, and we look at our tiny perfect world, we have to raise our horizons and understand how the universe is created. And so, as is described in the first book from Mr. Keshe, the universal order of creation of matters, that is, all the matters that we see, that all exists from energy. And we have to understand that that energy is always in motion. And so that's a discussion. Energy is always in motion, and it has a charge, and that charge is either negative or positive. And so one of the facilitators for identifying negative charges is based on surface to volume ratios. So the higher the ratio, the higher the negative charge. Fundamentally, the negative gives and the positive takes. The question is, take from and give to what? And so we find that the energy can be flowing or binding. And we've been talking a lot about flowing energies, and that being the magnetical aspect of it in the giving. But there's a lot of binding energies that are going on, and that's the gravitational aspect. But today we're going to discuss even more binding and some of the reasons that we have to understand what is the impact of the soul. So when we look at basic energy and energy flow, and we look at how things are in our range on this planet, so we find that the range on this planet is between the magnetosphere and the gravity of the planet. In that range, we find that we have a universal solvent that's called water, and the components are hydrogen and oxygen, where the hydrogen is a negative charge and the oxygen is a positive charge. So we have two hydrogens for one water. For one oxygen, excuse me, and the combination of which is for water. And the nice thing about water is it's a universal solvent. And what happens in that process is that energy gets sheared off. This energy actually is just flicked off, and it leaves a hydroxyl. And that hydroxyl is only one hydrogen and one oxygen. The hydroxyl is of a negative charge. It has an orientation towards the hydrogen negative charge, and it is looking to combine with something. And that's why energy is always in motion. The energy, however, the energy parcel is gone somewhere. We're not exactly sure where it's gone. And that's the thing. We have historically, we've been operating with a vacuum theory, and this has failed because in the vacuum, we think that there's nothing, but the vacuum is actually full of what we call principal matter. And so principal matter is a charge that is energy in motion. So this charge is going somewhere. And so the question becomes, what is the reality? And so regardless of what reality you're operating in, and this is the point, when two fields come together, they form another. And this formation of any field in any reality is a manifestation. And when I say any reality, it may be non-tangible or tangible, it may be non-visible or visible, and it may be plasmatic or physical. So yes, there is a plasmatic reality, and yes, there is a physical reality. Manifestation is the form artifact of these fields. Manifestation is the form artifact of these fields. And this form artifact can be in plasmatic or physical reality. So here, when we have two forces coming together, as we said, these are PM ticks, and as they fly through the vacuum, if you will, and they come together with nearness and proximity, they begin a construction. And we said that's the X and the Y axis. What we have to visualize is that it's two forces. These forces are not of one charge. These forces are continually flowing, and they have a direction. And as they come together through the nearness and proximity, they start to bend. It is this nearness and proximity which is creating an attraction force between these energies in motion. And this is creating the origination of the field rotation. And once we have this field rotation and we begin the construction, then we can come and create a field. So this brings us in the third dimension. So we have a construct of an X and Y axis, and we have a field dimension of a Z axis, all three working together. And when that field strength becomes strong enough, then it creates the plasma. So there is a progression. So we're progressing from plasmatics to field strengths. So when we go back to that hydroxyl and we find that there's a relationship between the hydrogen and the oxygen, we see also that there is an infinity loop that is created. So somehow, some way, we understand from plasma rules that the higher feeds the weaker. And so by definition, the hydrogen is magnetical, the oxygen would be gravitational. And the balance of the two, because it's a hydroxyl and it maintains its hydroxyl, is a MAGRAV condition. Still, it is a MAGRAV condition, but this MAGRAV condition has a negative charge, and that field that it's operating in, that range that it is operating in, is the magnetical boundary of this plasma condition. And so the plasma rule is that the higher feeds the weaker. So when we were looking at the hydrogen and the oxygen, what we have to understand that that is a physical condition, that is a physical reality. The substructure is a plasma reality, and the substructure is matter, antimatter, and dark matter as a substructure for the physicality. And so the rules are the same. The higher feeds the weaker. There is an infinity loop, there is a direction, there's a magnetical, there's a gravitational. And so how does the weaker get back to the stronger? Well, if we're looking at one plane, that's a problem. If we're looking at another plane and we rotate, let's say, one field 90 degrees to the other, we find there's a perpendicular relationship. So we can actually bring the energy back, because you see, there is a curvature at the extremities. It is this curvature which defines the plasma boundary. And so when there's a curvature and then it has to come back, there has to be some kind of way for it to come back and still follow the rules. So this is where we have to incorporate the other dimensions. So if we look at one plane, that's the x-axis. If we look at the second plane, that's the y-axis. And if we look at the totality of the three, being the z-axis, then we have the MAGRAV condition between the core of the hydroxyl and the field boundary of the magnetosphere. Same principle applied, as we found out last week, to electrons and protons. We find that there's a relationship. So this drawing is not to scale, because the proton is 1,849 times larger than the electron, but you get the message. There is a gravitational and a magnetical relationship. And of course, we get the same kind of infinity loop. So energy is giving and energy is taking and energy is coming and going. But, we're only looking at a single construct here. Well, we have to understand that there is an interaction point, and that is an important thing to consider, because when two fields come together, there's a creation. Well, we have two fields and we have an interaction point. So now we have a creation. And this is where we begin the whole process of the gravitational component, where the matter, antimatter, and dark matter come together. And in physical science, we call that a neutron. And if we take a side view on it, we can see that there is actually a coming together of the three fields, and that they form what we talked about before was a star formation. Now, the question comes, in which energy state are we? And the second question comes in, are we in an energy transfer state? And what is the range? Okay, so overall, without looking at the individual ranges, let's look at the overall picture. And so we have determined that there are physical ranges, which involve basic small a matter state, nanostate, and GAN state. And then there are plasmatic ranges, plasma state and dynamic plasma state. And it's the dynamic plasma state which is the higher strength. And so the range transcendence goes from gravitational to magnetical. So that's the point. So this is now we see that there is a clear boundary between the plasma state and the matter state. And then there is a transfer state, a dynamic transfer state in between the two states. So this is how the energy is transferring back and forth. The energy that we want to talk about today is within a range on Earth. And the ranges on Earth are usually we talk about mountain ranges. So this diagram is looking at two mountains separated by a valley, We have ice caps on top of the mountains, and we have a lake in the valley. And the thing is, we are operating between the magnetosphere on the Earth and the core, the gravitational core of the Earth. We are operating within that range. We are an independent set of magnetical gravitational field forces operating within this transition range. Where in this transition range are we operating? Well, I don't know. The thing is that we can be above the ground, we can be below the ground. Generally speaking, we're on the ground. And when we go from one range to another range on this planet, that is another range, which we call a sine wave, which indicates a frequency. The moment we recognize that we have a frequency, that is a physical reality. The non-physical reality does not have that. So the range that we really want to concentrate on is between the magnetical gravitational range on this planet. And what we find is that when we do the questioning of what is it, the first thing we have to know is that nothing is nothing. Something is always something, and it's always something as opposed to being something else. So in this picture we're looking at on the left-hand side of glass from the top down, we see that there is a rotating field starting to be formed. And on the right-hand side, this rotating field has developed to the point where, well, we have nothing in there. And so what does that mean? Well, that means that when you look at this, and here's another view of another glass we're looking at from the top down, and we can see the GANs in the bottom of the glass on the left-hand side. We have a side view on the right-hand side. We can clearly see that there is a ring. And what we are looking at is within this range, and this is the point that I want to emphasize, within this range, we have the glass is matter state. The GANs is physicality. The hole in the GANs is a plasma state. And the field that goes beyond the glass, which is a physical barrier, which a dynamic plasma does not see, that goes beyond, that is your dynamic plasma state. So now we come to the reality that within our physicality, we have abundant examples of all the fields simultaneously. And this is a revelation because science in the past has not recognized these other fields because they couldn't measure them. Now we found out that we are starting to develop equipment which can measure in various ways and degrees, and this is where the plasma science is headed. Overall, where the plasma science is headed is to understand that our position on this tiny perfect world is just a small dot. There's a red dot at the bottom right hand of the screen, and that is our little tiny perfect universe. There is another universe that is here. And how do we go from here to there? Or how did we come from over there to here? And this is the transition that we wanted to understand. To cross this transition, we had to break the speed of light. And so in book number 2, we discovered that we can take the creation of matter on one side, and we can create more matter on the other side, and that there is a transition between these two fields. So now we have understanding that there's a universal order of creation, and we have the structure of light, which is helping us go from here to there. And so now we have an inkling as to what's happening with respect to the origin of the universe. And so today we're going to discuss the soul. And the soul has a source, obviously, and the soul has a destination, and we're going to discuss that. And also there has to be some kind of connection. And this connection is the link that we have to understand as plasma knowledge seekers. What is the source? What is our soul doing? What is the link from where we came from our source? What is the link to where we're going? Is our understanding backwards, or is it upside down? Well, our knowledge has been kind of backwards, but upside down is kind of a man-made construct, because on this planet, we are looking at upside the downside. So we're sitting on the ground, not on the ceiling. So that's how we define it. But if we review what we discussed earlier in nanostate, and we look at one plane and say these are all nanoparticles on the one plane. And if you can see the black circles, so you say that's on one level, and you look at the blue circles and now be on another level, and you see the interaction of all these fields. These are all monatomic star formations. And when we look at the side view, we can see the creation of these star formations. And so these star formations is, first of all, identifying where the synergy comes from. Because in plasma science, 1 and 1 is more than 2. This is the benefit of, this is the dividend from the plasma science. Oh, where did this energy come from? Well, this is what we have to discuss. But what you can clearly see is that there is no determination within, is it upside or is it downside? So the question then becomes, are we taking the points of the star formation and putting them together? Or are we putting the bases of the star formations together? Because what we do know is if we look on the left-hand side and we see the synergistic interaction of the matter state plasmas and the infinity loop that is joining the two, we see that there's a similarity between point to point on the star formations. But if we look at the base to base, then, you know, maybe we have other factors to consider. So in the nanocoding, that is kind of in the physicality. But what happens in the plasma? Well, it's the same thing. We have the creation of matter in a plasmatic state. And the question becomes, when we look at all things working in combination, are we taking these star formations and putting them point to point, which is very much the way you look at the infinity loop on the left-hand side, or are we looking at them base to base? And so let's just check out a few things. So when we look at this picture, which is the plasmatic field of whatever it is here, the first thing is you can see that it's well organized. The second thing is, I have to tell you that you can't see anything here. There is nothing visible here. This is a graphic representation. And there is a rotating field we call the x-axis. And there's a transition field we call the y-axis. And then there is a dimension on the third axis, the z-axis, which indicates the field strength. It indicates the field size as a result of that strength. And so we have the 3 dimensions. These are all 3 different planes, but they operate individually and can flip around, because we said, is it up or is it down? Well, we're not exactly sure. And when we look at the relationship, we find that when 2 poles come together the same, that they repel each other. So if we flip one around, we create an attraction. And if we look at this attraction and we say, wait a second, we have a field. On the one side, we have a field, and the other, what is this attraction? This attraction is the interaction point in the infinity loop that we've created from the interaction of these 2 fields, you see. So there's one aspect where we can see that there are 2 hemispheres. What do we mean by hemispheres? Well, we understand that when we look at the Earth, we have a northern hemisphere and a southern hemisphere. And so there's a balance between the magnetical and gravitational relationship. But the balance is in the northern hemisphere between a magnetical gravitational relationship. And in the southern hemisphere, there's another magnetical gravitational relationship. So each hemisphere has its own construct. And there's energy that is flowing, and there's energy that's flowing back. And this is the infinity loop. So as we can see that there is an interchange of energy between the two hemispheres. Where else do we see hemispheres? Well, we have hemispheres in our head. We have a left brain and then we have a right brain. And so we look at the same construct. The energy is going between back and forth. Each hemisphere is its own mag-grav condition. Each energy, therefore, has its own magnetical gravitational range. Within that range, there's an exchange of energy to another range. The two ranges are operating within Earth's range. And what do we find? As we discovered earlier on today, the soul resides within the brain. But is this soul plasmatic? Well, yes, it is. But is this soul, how does this soul operate from within the brain? And how does it operate from outside of the brain? And so this is the dynamic plasmatic condition of the brain, just like we looked at with respect to the rotating fields in the cups of Gans. And so when we look at how our soul is operating within our brain and how it's affecting outside our brain, we can now understand why the determination of this picture. So if I may briefly talk about the Universal Council logo, we have our soul within a mag-grav condition. And our soul is governing our body. And our body is within another range. And that range creates a field. So we have a little green ball within our hands, which is a range. We have our body within a field range, and our body is a range. And then we have a range that we operate in. So it's a range within a range within a range. And this is why last week, when we looked at our point of view, we understood that the dynamic state is gravitational and the physical state is the magnetical. And how come that is upside down from what we've been used to? And the reason for it is because the soul has the higher energy. And we have, we have two souls. Oh, I see. Okay, so we find that the Gans state, the nano state, the matter state, and the small m matter state, these are all contributing to the physical reality. The soul is in another dimension, and it's the soul that overrides everything. So the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. However, the weaker strength can get back to the higher strength. How does it do that? Because there's an infinity loop. And so this is the problem that we're having on this earth. We're trying to figure out how does our soul operate? And so we're constantly trying to figure out our soul positioning. And up until now, we really haven't had an understanding of our soul positioning because first of all, we have to have a grounding and we have to have a base. And that base we find is in the center point within our brain. And it is from that we found a relationship between the womb of our mother and the range on this planet. So we were within the range of the womb, which was within the range on this planet. And as such, we created another range, which was the brain or the head. And that range created another range, the body, which encompassed the brain and the body. And that operated within the range also on the earth. So we see a commonality here where we had a soul within the womb of the mother in the earth, range of the earth, and then we have a soul within the body of the man within the range on the earth. And so we have been historically looking at the strength of the soul of the man without knowing that we had a physical soul of the body. And we understand that the body is stronger than the man because of the physical strength. And this is how we've been looking at our existence, earthbound strength. And so the physicality of the soul we interpreted to be the dominant force. However, now we're saying that we have the two souls. So what we really have to understand is that the soul of man is stronger than the soul of the body. And so we have to kind of turn things upside down, shall we say, and look at the universal strength. And furthermore, when we look at the universal soul of man, we have to understand within the construct of the body that is a physical presence of the soul of man. It's in a plasmatic state, however. So we understand that we can have plasmatic conditions within the physical conditions. So we have seen where we have a body that's physical. We have a construct within our body. We know that is gas, that is physical. We now know that we have a soul in our body that is plasmatic. We have a soul of man that is dynamic, plasmatic. All four in our physicality within the range on this planet. And so when we look at how the field moves, we understand that there's an infinity loop that goes from the higher strength to the lower, but it has to come back. So what we have to remember is that we are operating on multiple dimensions. So we can do, for instance, a transfer of energy from the universal soul of man to the universal soul of the body. And then we can, obviously, the soul of the body governing the physical soul of the body. And then the physical soul of the body responding back to the physical soul of the man in another dimension. Somehow that has to come back to the universal soul of man. This is your infinity loop, and this is how it works. The pattern that we're seeing here follows the same rules as the soul of the sun and the soul of the earth, and how they created an interacting field, which was the attraction field for us, the universal soul of man. Once we got within that range on this earth, when we created our own physicality, the physical soul of the man and the physical soul of the body, we create cells within the body. We find that each of these cells also has a soul. So the physical construct of the cells have a magnetical gravitational relationship, which is a maggrav condition, and they have a soul which is even weaker. So the soul of the body governs the soul of the cells. And we know that because we see people who are in a coma, who we consider to be, shall we say, brain dead, but the body still lives. So the soul of the body is doing its job, and the soul of the cells are responding accordingly within the range on this planet. And so we have been able to, with the advanced science, bring back a soul into the physical soul of man within 30 days and pull people out of a coma. So that has already been documented. And so this is how it works. So we have, in summary, soul of the sun interacting with the soul of the earth. We have the soul of the man interacting with the soul of the body. And we have the soul of the body interacting with the soul of the cell. And so now we have to understand that there are plasma field strengths of varying degrees, and they manifest based on the plasma state. We have a problem on this planet, and this is the main thrust of this seminar: truth. This is something the soul is very clear on. You see, the truth is always in the consistency. And the reason I bring this up, because a lot of people question the plasma science. And the thing about it, there is consistency all the way down the line. There's an explanation, and there is a consistency within the explanation. All the jigsaw puzzle pieces fit. There is no forcing. There is no contrivance. There is no double talk. There's a consistency, uniformity, and continuity. And we ask why. And this is what it is. If this, then that. And if this, then that. So you have two fields. And if this is what this is, then this becomes that. And that is why. So why is not a question. Why is the answer? Because whatever this is becomes that. So we have to ask, what is this? Why is actually the physical manifestation of the cause. And so our understanding now is coming through the merging of traditional science with traditional spirituality. Traditional science has failed to explain. Traditional spirituality has failed to explain. And one of the things that we have always discounted is these rules. We have more rules, as we need more rules. One of the rules is that we are interdependent. This is the universal law. You cannot be independent, no more so than in the observer participation relationship in quantum mechanics. You cannot extract yourself from the universe. Everything that you do affects everything else. So there is always an interdependence. In physical state, we have problem with dependence because one of the things that we find with a lot of people in our society, that they are very dependable in their undependability. And the reason for that is because of the service to self. And this comes in opposition with service to others. And we don't really know what that means. We have to be self-serving because it is our given right, universal right, to look after our health and our physicality, because that's what our responsibility is. But do we have to do this at the expense of others? That's the question. And so we talk about the golden rule, and the golden rule is the law of attraction. So we have to ask ourselves the question, what are we attracting? One of the things that we find is there is an energy leakage. This energy leakage we call loosh. And there are many ways that we can leak. And one of the ways, of course, is we become pitiful. We are looking for excuses for our conduct. And another way that we leak is that we find that there are other people who are pitiful, who drain us of energy. So in order to understand how we can overcome the problems of loosh and what we call loosh harvesting, which is the harvesting of energy that is leaking through the stealing of energy from others at the other's expense. This is the law of detachment. This is what it means, the law of attachment. And so if you believe that you're on this planet to get up in the morning, go to work, and come home and sleep, that's not the purpose. We all know that there's a greater purpose. And this is what we call the sixth sense. We haven't been able to explain it because we're looking at our tiny perfect world. And the reason for our tiny perfect world is because we can't go into outer space with our misconduct. When we look at poker, poker is a game of deception. And it's a fun game. And some people think it's a card game. It's not. The game is about deception, trying to take the money from someone else. In fact, trying to take the money from everybody else at the game. Okay. Well, you can't play poker in outer space, you see, because everything is out in the open. Everything is visible. And so the truthfulness has to abide. There is also the law of hurtfulness. This is totally misunderstood. Why we say there's no killing. When you look at the consequences of killing, it's horrible. Suicide is the same thing. It totally is opposed to life, which life wishes to live. And so we find that we have been given commandments which talk about ethics and morality. But what we have to understand is, where does this come from? So let's look at interdependence. That has to do with our community. And we have to see that, within our isolation, we are still interdependent. And our dependence has to do with cooperation. The question becomes, what do we cooperate with? So we find that, first of all, our soul can cooperate with the body of our soul, the soul of our body, within the range on this earth. So our soul can cooperate with the earth soul. Obviously, we have to cooperate with other souls. Otherwise, we're going to run into lots of other trouble. And now, when we can cooperate with other souls, we have to see that there are fields where the collective soul is operating, and we have to hook up to that. So this interdependence is with our soul and the collective soul. Well, the collective soul, as we say, on this planet, and is not just restricted to this planet, but to other collective souls outside of this planet, outside of the range of this planet. But those collective souls are also cooperating with the universal soul. So our soul is dependent on the universal soul as well. Did we know that we had all these possibilities? So the importance is the difference between service with gratitude and service by destiny. And we talk about service to others. So when we talk about gratitude, that's unconditional. We find that it is synergistic. 1 and 1 is more than 2, and it is abundant. It is copious. It is always there, as much as we want, no more, no less, and it's on demand. And, when we service ourselves by what we call our destiny, then we find that we start to limit our horizons. And so we become to be self-serving at the expense of others. And so we create a form of slavery. And this slavery is a really poor option, because this creates an abuse, a situation of abuse. And here we go. This becomes binding, extremely binding. So when we look at the golden rule, and we call it the law of attraction, what that means is welcoming as opposed to force. And so when we create an environment, that is a mental construct. That is a mental construct that is directed by our soul, and it constructs a sequence. And so we see in that sequence, we have man-made words. Hopefully those words create a picture. That picture can be static, but a motion picture would be more descriptive. But that's still the physicality. Imagine if it now gets into a thought, and you transmit that thought. And when that thought converges with other souls, then that becomes a cooperative. So you actually have a co-emission where your thought cooperates with someone else's thought, and that becomes dynamic plasma. And this is the golden rule of attraction. And the thing about it is, it's welcoming as opposed to force. So we always have to question, what do you give your time and attention to? Because there's one thing that you cannot decide, is, where does this force come from? This force comes from all different angles, all different dimensions. If we restrict ourselves to the physicality, okay, you hold something in your hand, you have to understand that energy is coming into that and going out of that. And you can flip it around and still see the energy coming into it and going out of that, because you have a physical construct. Well, what you have to understand is that there are other dimensions. There is a substructure that creates that physicality. So that energy binding, that energy convergence, and that energy emission, what you give your time and attention to, is going to manifest, and it can manifest in plasma state or it can manifest in physical state. So one of the things that we are doing a lot of is through fear and greed, or just, believe it or not, ego validation, we leak, okay? And this is what we call a physical feeding system. Loosh harvesting is a physical feeding system. And so in order for us to break this, we have to detach. And not only detach, but be comfortable in that detachment. Because it is only when we're at ease that we can soar past the ego and be free. What is the ego? The ego is that horrific binding, slaving energy that we have on this planet that is creating from service to self at the expense of others. And this is where we now start to develop a sense of purpose. We call it intuition, but we also call it intent. And that intent has a direction of flow and it has a strength of field. Now we understand that this plasmatic energy flow can be directed. And, the question that we have is, are we stoppers or are we starters? But we have to understand that we can achieve a plasma saturation. And at that point in time, we have a MAGRAV construct. But it doesn't mean that the energy stops. Energy is still flowing, but not on that plane. It is flowing in other planes. And as skillful givers and takers, then we understand that we can start to enjoy other things. The other things are limited on this planet because we have been lying, cheating, bluffing, and stealing on this planet. And because of the delay and consequences, that's the only reason that we're able to do this. But when we look at outer space, there are other players. And these other players can see through this because they are absorbing our emission spectra. And they are also emitting. And you have to emit first before you absorb. And so the balance between the emission spectra and the absorption spectra is your domain. And your domain is your sun source for all to see. And this is why when we get into the killing problem, that's where the binding really comes in, because it is depleting your energy. It is usurping the free will of others. And the universal rule is that you harm yourself when you harm others. And the killing, unfortunately, is a separation of the souls. And that energy of the souls has to move. It cannot stay. So the soul of man basically becomes free from this range on this planet. But the soul of the body, well, that's got other problems. And suicide has the same condition. That is a misguided free will. So killing or suicide is a self-binding energy action, and it is self-harming in the supreme violation of natural law. And this is when we get into the natural law, we look at man-made law, we say, well, we need money on this planet. So, before we can give, we have to receive the money. But when we look at the universal currency of energy, you find that you have to give before you receive. So there's a sequence there. And one of the things that we're not taking into consideration when we look at the physics, we are limited by this equation of energy equals mass times the speed of light squared. Well, we found that not only is that governing our physics, but it's governing our commandments, because we're forgetting that it's ethics that is the energy of the universe. And it involves morality, courage, and compassion, if you will. And so what we have is a conflict between the laws of man and the laws of nature. And where does the laws of man supersede the laws of nature? It would be a hard argument to win. And when we get into that argument, the reason the problem is because not doesn't work. Not does not work. You cannot not do something. Energy is in motion, and energy is always in motion. So It's not that you not do something, you can only do something, and you can only be something. And life is about being and doing more. Life is about being more and doing more, not less. It all has to do with your nearness and proximity. What energy state are you in? Are you delaying your consequences, or will these be instantaneous? Are you interacting, or are you shielding? And you have to make these decisions. And when you're working with the universe, you have to decide, are you forcing the issue, or are you trusting? Are you trusting the universal laws? It's very easy to operate. Think good, be good, do good. And you've got your x-axis, y-axis, z-axis. These are your 3 dimensions. And it's very easy, because once you're in that state, once you're in that state of mind, once you're in that connection to your soul, which is already in that state, then life becomes a whole lot easier. And in order to do that, the fundamental criteria is the peace path. And you say, well, you're kind of being dominating because you're saying that's my way or the highway. Yeah. And don't you want to go on the highway? You see, because the rays are traveling. That's all part of the creation. These are all energy packs. And the progression of creation creates fields. And the progression of these fields creates sentience. And this is the unique characteristic of our life, because that involves growth. So we as creatures, horizontal creatures, humanity, other horizontal creatures, animals, other vertical creatures, plants, we are all sentient beings because we grow. And we have to understand that when we look at our field, our range, and we see that, there are Goliaths and there are Davids. And we say, well, how does this work? Well, it has to do with our will. We have free will. But, physically speaking, Goliath, this is a story, intimidates David. Well, David, in turn, will intimidate a stone. What did the stone do? He's just lying there doing nothing. All of a sudden, David picks up the stone and says, you know what? My will is to intimidate Goliath. And so this is the result of the manifestation of wills. And then you find, how does that work? Well, if Goliath is looking to intimidate David, he has created a condition. And so David has to be able to respond. This is the infinity loop. So you find that the soul of man is really you. The soul of man is the essential you. And the interaction of you in a plasma state is you and the matter state within the range on this planet. And you have a soul of the body, which is the surrogate you. It's the you on this planet, which comes from the interaction between the plasma state and the environment, which is the soul of the earth, which is interacting with the soul of the sun within that range. And so now we understand better the plasma rules when we say the energy states increase by at least an order of magnitude. The higher feeds the lower. The energy changes manifest through either creation, natural creation, or natural decay. And that energy transfer can be catalytic or non-consuming. But if it is consuming, then we find that higher plasma states are higher and can transfer better than they can in the small end matter states by many orders of magnitude, but they can change and remain in their plasma fields and manifest in their plasma fields with or without going into a physical field, because plasma absorbs fields, but plasma is also a barrier of fields. And the overriding definition of the field strength is the ethos of the universe, and it transcends all the way. So when we look at the creation of matter and look at the basic plasma rule, not only does the higher feed to the weaker, but then the magnetical gives and the gravitational takes. And so all things are working in combination. It is not working just within that range. It's working within that range and interacting with others that are working within that range. And within that range, we can have multiple field strengths, physicality, ganses, plasma, dynamic plasma, all of it, because it all interacts. All things are working in combination, and there's a pulling and pushing between all of it. The pushing is magnetical, the pulling is gravitational, and the balance of these field forces, once they get into that construct, is called a MAGRAF condition. That's your plasma interaction, and it is ongoing all the time. And so we find that the principal matter is coming into this construct, and the substructure is your force field interaction, which consists of antimatter, dark matter, and matter. And when you have this balance, that is called a MAGRAF condition. And this MAGRAF condition can be in any state. So you can have a tangible matter or non-tangible matter. You can have principal matter and you can have transitional matter. And see, the energy transfer is at different speeds of light within each energy state. And so fundamentally, when we look at the thing that brought us here, the cups of life, we looked at the attraction and repulsion. That's the basics of plasma science. We have a magnetical field, we have a gravitational field, there's a giving and a taking. And it's not just within, it goes without as well. So there's a direction of flow, and energy is always in motion. So you create the pattern, you get the energy. The cups of life have created the pattern, and we have a situation. When we look at inside the cups of life, we find that in the center we have a nanocoating coil. On the left we have a zinc plate. On the right we have a copper coil, and we have an interaction of fields. Is the product of the interaction between the nano-coated coil and the physical condition? No. The product is within the range. What you're looking at is the physicality. That's one aspect of the range. The other aspect of the range is the soul. The higher strength feeds the weaker strength. So the manifestation of the GANs is in the range. So we say that the plasma, which we call the zinc GANs, is of a higher strength than the nano-coated copper, which is of a higher strength than the zinc plate or the copper coil. So we've taken two lower energies and created a higher energy. Why is that? And that is because there is a field interaction that is unseen. So now we have GANs. What are we creating? Oh, we create another GANs. Two fields come together and they create another field. Is a CO2 GANs the product of the combination of the zinc GANs and the copper GANs? No, it is the interaction of the range between the zinc GANs and the soul. And what happens now? Now we have amino acid. And when we have amino acid, we also have at the same time water. And so now there's a whole lot going in this cup. So we created a cup, which the boundary of which is glass, and we put stuff in the middle of it. And the glass is the lowest energy level. And we've got all this stuff in the middle of this glass. Where did it come from? It came from a higher energy source. And so we have two different levels. We have an emotional cup of life. We have a physical cup of life. And the combination of the two work the same way. So the only difference between the two, one has a zinc plate, one has a copper plate. but they have different strengths. So the emotional is higher than the physical. So guess what? The emotional is the gravitational taker, and the magnetical is the physical giver. And the interaction of those fields, what happens there? Well, we create a Magrav condition, which creates a unified field between the interaction of the two. So the two cups together create a force field. And in that force field, we have a gravitational condition. When we add the cup of soul to this, as we discussed in the past, so now we have the third. We have a magnetical field, we have a gravitational field, and we have a soul. And we look at the interaction of the two cups, the cup of life of the emotion and the cup of life of the physicality, and the two together. We call that the horizontal alignment here, because we are horizontal creatures. Each cup has a soul. Well, if the cup of soul has a soul, the emotional cup has a soul, the physical cup has a soul, and you have an interaction of these souls, which means there's a star formation created of the souls. And so there's an interaction of fields between the souls as well. So there's more. One and one is more than two, or in this case, 1 + 1 + 1 is 4. And it just keeps going from there. So we understand that our problem on this planet is we've got this thing backwards. There's no stairway to heaven, and there's no stairway to hell. There is a stairway in. In is where we are the most stable and the most complex. That's where we have this gravitational energy, which gives us our soul. And so the soul is within us. And our force field is coming from outside of us, which is our dynamic soul, our dynamic plasma condition of our dynamic soul interacting with our environment. And so the difference when we're looking at plasma, there's a physical plasma where we can touch it and we can see it, but there's a plasmatic plasma which we cannot touch and cannot see, but we can sense it. And this is where we have to have the trust. So very simply, plasma is a kind of energy state. And we just have to figure out what is our point of view with respect to that. So the key point when we're discussing our soul or when we're discussing creation, we have to understand that the speed of light is not the limiting factor. It's the ethics that are the limiting factor, because morality, compassion, and courage are fundamental principles of ethics. And the fundamental principles of our soul, our basic soul, has the rules right. But what we have found is that by disconnecting from our soul, we have become self-serving at the expense of others. And now we know the penalty, the binding energy that we have to deal with, that is draining the life source of our soul, and is limiting the progression of our soul. And not only that, but it's limiting the progression of this planet, because it's put us in a quarantine where the limiting factors on this planet are the condition of our poor condition, our poor ethics, our poor way of conducting our lives. We have to stop. We have to change things around, turn around, leave the gates of hell behind us, look forward, and understand that when we give, energy is flowing. So we become self-serving at the enhancement of others. There's no penalty to us. It's a synergy. 1 and 1 is more than 2. Imagine what 100 + 100 is. It would be more than 10,000. It's amazing what happens. So in summary, how life is created, there's an energy field that the amino acids are connected to. That gives them a strength. And that strength is connected to the strength of the soul of the body. Okay, so we understand that part. But the soul of the body and its strength is connected to the soul of the man, which has a higher strength. And the strength of the soul of the man is connected to something. And so that strength and that energy is the totality of the universe. And it goes from there. So we have to expand our range of thinking. Our range of thinking is not limited to the range of this planet. we are looking for satisfaction, emotional, physical satisfaction. It doesn't have to be just earthbound. It can be spacebound. Better still, make it plasma bound. The universal body enhancement systems that are coming will restore emotional and physical vitality. This is a totally different concept, and it involves everything that we've talked about with the soul here, you see, because when we don't understand, when we look at the difference between tangibility and non-tangibility, we have to understand that there's a mass confusion because we can't explain how do we come from our source and how do we come to our physicality. And so what is missing is the connector. Our soul is the connector. And today we've discussed some of the rules and how we play the game. We take those rules and we apply them to plasma science, and we deliver the plasma science in exchange for peace on earth. We are just messengers, and our message is peace and friendship. Thank you so much for listening. That is the end of the lesson. Over to you, Mark. I'm open for questions too.
Very well. Thank you very much, Alex. Adriana has put in the chat. Adriana, are you still with us? She said hello. Why did Alex said at the beginning, quote, sorry, I thought I had my mic open. I was reading a question. Adriana, are you here? Are you still with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Yeah, my question was that at the beginning he starts saying nothing. Sorry. Nothing is gonna be the same as we know it next week. So I want to know more about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, the Earth is undergoing a rapid change. The way that we've been brought up and led to believe that our society is functioning is not the way that we're functioning today. I'm not sure where you're located. Here, where we're located in Canada, we are under total lockdown. So what that means is that we are under threat of the spread of the coronavirus. What that means is that we are looking at a rollout of vaccinations. It means that non-essential businesses are shut down, and social distancing is in place, mandatory mask wearing, and also the legalities are operating under emergency conditions. So this is not the way the rest of my life has been operating, and that has to stop. And the plasma science is going to succeed in doing that because we already have scientific documentation of what we've been able to accomplish. The purpose of this particular seminar has been to elaborate for those people who have had the benefit of using the cups of life. And I'm not going to go into those details here, but they've been drawn to the Keshe Foundation because we've been able to deliver something which conventional science has not been able to deliver. And there are going to be new revelations coming within the next 7 days that are going to allow us to begin the restoration of a better quality of life on this planet. The most important thing that is happening as far as the Keshe Foundation is concerned is we are advancing the public teaching into different languages. We have an ongoing program with the Brazilian community that is expanding into the Italian community. Step by step, that is expanding. And so we have the organization method. The template has been done. We just have to now continue and repeat and build on that. Obviously, Tuesday is a senatorial race in Georgia in the United States. Extreme significance to that. Wednesday is the confirmation of the new president of the United States. And Thursday is going to be a knowledge seekers workshop that is promising to be quite revealing. We'll have to wait till Thursday to hear that. And then next week, hopefully we'll begin teaching in other languages to be able to draw more people in. And at that point in time, the environment will change, because we have a situation where our problems with respect to this planet revolve around an issue that has not been addressed. It's been ongoing for all 12 months now. And I think if you have a problem in your family and it carries on for about a year, you'd be questioning as to who's running the show here. And that's where we're at. So you have a universal right to look after your own health. You have a universal right to be here. And you have a universal right to contribute. And that's going to become more and more evident to more and more people. So that perspective is changing. Kind of a vague answer to a specific question, but we're just going to have to stay tuned for the next exciting episode. And it'll be coming in 24-hour increments for the next week. I hope I've answered your question.
And there's a number of thank you very much, Alex, for your teaching. Another person who I hadn't seen before, gamesnessguard@gmail.com. He said, I have followed Kesh since 2009, joined conference in Rome in 2016, established Kesh Norway with 1,200 members, but were stopped in 17 by the Norwegian authorities and had to keep a low profile. Would you like to open your mic and tell us more about yourself and your experiences?
Yes, hello to everyone. Can you hear me?
Clearly.
Can you hear me?
Clearly.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, Kesha, I see he's on the participant list, and I think maybe he remembers me from some years ago. And I have been following Kesha when I had time between everything else. And I really believe that now it's the time for Kesha to really to go worldwide, and we have to help to market all the guns and plasma technology to help people to try to make their own and know that it's really working. Within energy medicine, there's a lot of new technologies coming through, and I think Kesha he's having a good overview about it. So now it's the big revolution starting in 2021. And telemedicine will be the big one, but it's a technology. But Kesha's solution, it's the living energy. So I really hope that this can get a good boost, all the seminars and all the active people worldwide. So such seminars, I would like to also invite people to come up north. And if you have the possibility to have workshops up in north of Norway, I have a small nostalgic camp from 1960s, but there is light, there is water, and a beautiful surrounding. So welcome to all of you. I would really like to be a host for the Keshe family. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm really very excited by your announcement there. Marie Kalb is the Universal Council member, and she has already indicated a similar interest. And so I'm hoping that we can expand on that, and I'll have more information to contribute to you tomorrow. I would really, we want to make sure that we have your contact info there. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to write that down, and I'm going to put you in touch with Marie and see if we can move forward with that. The Brazilian, yes, go ahead.
Yes, it would be brilliant. Maria Kavler, she is living in Oslo, in the south of Norway, and I'm living in the north of Norway. So it's really possible to have both in the north and in the south different workshops and to have a very close cooperation about it. The most important is to have good seminars, good mentors, and good experiences to give good results from participants. Thank you.
The lockdowns have made our seminars basically virtual, and this is quite all right. I can't comment on the goodness or the badness of the speaker because I'm prejudiced, but in the initial stages, it would be me, and the idea is to be able to get teachers together who would be able to take up with that, because you understand at this point in time, so if you say you have 1,200 members, and I'm really excited about that, as we continue with it, within maybe a few weeks down the road, you may have 5,000 members. So are we going to have to stop the teaching and go with them again? We can't. We have to move ahead. We've been put behind, let's say, about 10 months with respect to the pandemic. And however, the deadline has not changed. We have a lot of deadlines in place, and they will be met because there is a universal energy that is supporting that and will continue. But with respect to if you are already in contact with Marie, I would really encourage you to establish that, and we need to coordinate that on a universal effort. So what I will be able to tell you, and I can't tell you until our meeting tomorrow with Stefania and the rest of her crew on what may transpire, but we're looking for a date and an amalgamation of a lot of these seminars because, first of all, there's a time differential. So I'm in North America, you're in Europe, so there's a minimum 6-hour time differential. And then the second thing is I do the presentations in English, and then we're looking at simultaneous translation. So I'm open to the possibility of doing individual countries and doing the same format. We have the capability of doing translation, and so we can do a simulcast between English and Norwegian, and then we can also then repeat the seminars in the native language of whatever it is. And so that is the plan. And so you've now opened up the possibility there. The way that we're going to have to do things in the near future is going to have to be on the Zoom platform. The Brazilian crew is doing a simulcast or live streaming on YouTube when we do the Zoom presentation. So there's Zoom, there's YouTube, and then there's a transcription to Facebook as well. And then they've created an archive in Facebook with respect to the Brazilian community. And of course, that's all in the native language. And so we can replicate this pattern in the other languages, and then I'll have much more information to offer to you after tomorrow. Well, actually, I'm not in the position to do that. Marie would be best in the position to do that because every every language has its group and organization, and needs to take care of that because of the logistics. They're just only so many hours in the day, and we are all expecting a tsunami with respect to knowledge seekers coming to the foundation, because according to what we've been told this week, this pandemic is going to continue, and in all likelihood is going to get worse, which is kind of contradictory to what we're doing. But anyway, that's beyond me. All I can do is carry on doing what I'm doing over here, and it's a start, and then be prepared to grow from there. What I really want you to understand is that we're not starting at the beginning. We're starting from today going forward. There already is a structure that is supporting everything in place. So when we move ahead, we're actually already have a springboard moving ahead with that. So you can take advantage of that, and that would be so wonderful. I'm so glad that you joined in today. Thank you so much.
Good evening. Can I ask a question, please? What you are planning to do on the YouTube? This is on the channels of the Keshe Foundation YouTube and Facebook, or is it independent somewhere else?
Yeah, are you, Mr. Keshe, talking to me then?
Yes.
Well, that already is on YouTube. Some of them may have been taken down, and then it already is on the Portuguese, on the Brazilian Facebook.
What is on the Brazil? We don't want anything to go out that it can endanger the whole of the Keshe Foundation, YouTube, Facebook to be brought down.
Well, these classes have been going out, and then if you wish, we can take them down. This is one.
I mean, these classes are teaching classes, or what I
teaching
understand
classes.
you want, and everything according to the what do you call, the rules of YouTube is followed. Nobody discuss medication or whatever.
That's correct. That's correct. The class that I did today is the class that I'll be doing in 3 weeks on the Brazilian channel.
As long as we do not put in danger the position and the YouTube channels of the Keshe Foundation, we have no objection. But we want to monitor this, that does not cross the line, that it gives opportunity to the people to take over or to lock us down.
Well, I hope that I'm complying with that, with these presentations. I think all the presentations have been documented.
Yeah. No, I thought you're doing something new or whatever to change anything. We have to got to understand that we got to follow the rules, that we do not lose our teachings. We are, Keshe Foundation is doing a lot of work in the background to get the technology regarding Corona to be brought out. But we have to be patient. We have to be patient, as this is a multi-trillion business. You got to understand, once these injections are introduced, it becomes annual event. Every year they want you to take a new version of it. So it creates billions of dollars for these companies. This is the beginning of, and what we have seen, the reports coming out, we've seen already side effects, we've seen number of deaths from the injection, but we have to be totally out of this line till the process is fully firmed and confirmed. And we ask you not to avoid any connection, as that we found a solution, the cure or whatever. This has to be avoided, that we can keep the channels of Keshe Foundation worldwide operation.
The presentation that I made today is indicative of that. I believe I have been very careful to not include things about.
Thank you very much. But it has to be monitored.
or we need a monitoring of it, that those who translate or do something in translation, we don't cross that line with all the time to the Italians or to the Portuguese or any other language.
All of these have been recorded, and they're being transcribed, in process of being transcribed, and are forwarded to the cache archives.
Thank you very much. It's just that to be alert.
Uno zi aziz.
Pardon?
Onu tu fazer assim.
Ike, if you were talking to Mr. Kesh, I just muted you. I'm sorry. There was some noise in the background. It just seems like this YouTube has been pulling the rug out from different platforms with or without cause. This is what I've noticed.
Well, the point with the disclaimer is to, first of all, state that position. And then the second thing is it doesn't exonerate us from, being vigilant and being careful with respect to that. So the teaching that I have been going through has been exclusively for the plasma science.
Thank you very much. It's just that to be vigilant. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much for the reminder of that. We all need that all the time.
Yeah, we welcome Norway back in. People from Norway, they're very excellent. We've been a great supporter of the foundation for a long time. And it's nice to see them back again, or even the threat which hangs on them by the Prime Minister, that they're trying to stop the Keshe Foundation in Norway. We have to follow the rules and regulations of Norway, as we don't want any of the Keshe Foundation supporters to be hammered with, I think it's about 300,000 krona damages for anybody does or whatever. So please be careful. And we thank you for all your support in Norway.
She's put in the chat, thank you, Mr. Kesh. Yes, we have to keep low still, but this year many things will happen. And as Randy put in there, YouTube are demonetizing many channels with no warning, and some channels are taken down completely with also no warning, and Facebook are blocking many people's ability to share, quote unquote, on their timeline.
Hello, Mr. Alex. Could you come also in Romania after 21st March for these classes?
Yeah, I don't know who's organizing the Romanian group. My classes are exclusively for the Keshe Foundation and no others.
It's Keshe Foundation. It's Keshe. We have twice. We have in Wednesday and we have on Friday.
Yeah, whoever's organizing that can if they can make the arrangements.
I asked for a translator, and he said you have to set up the time, and we will arrange, because we have someone who is teaching every Wednesday, but after 21st March he's not available. So you can do it on Wednesday if you have time.
Can I come in, please? Because I think it's important for Alex and those who are participating in this process. Please go to the education department of the Keshe Foundation. The education team then supports you and can back you up with everything else. Like this teaching you've done, Alex, has to go through the education department. They're there, they're active, and they can support you or whatever it needs to be done.
Okay, thank you. We
Any
have to
kind of
write.
education process you take up in any country, please communicate with the Education Department of the Keshe Foundation.
Okay, we'll do that.
Okay, thank you very much.
The contact is education@kpssi.org. The standard care, just put education@kpsi.org. You get response immediately. They meet 2-3 times or twice a week on a regular basis.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you
We'll do
very
that.
much.
Thank you.
Is it advisable to stay away completely from this subject and stick with space and energy production and agriculture for now? Regarding this technology?
Can you repeat, please?
Would it be advisable to stay away from this subject for now and just concentrate on the energy side of it, the space side of it, and the agricultural side of it?
In a way, it is wise, but in a way, we committed, to me, in falling short of our duty. Every call can save a life, we do not know. And every piece of knowledge can save a life. We've seen it because I sat in these groups for weeks, day and night during the operation in Iran, and we saved many lives, many lives. One girl of 9 years old, one girl of 14 years old, they saved the whole family. And we don't want to stop working on it, but we have to be careful. We have to be careful that we don't make a statement that endangers the whole operation of the Keshe Foundation worldwide. And that's the only concern we have. And it needs just one missed word, and that's what they're after. We are negotiating with governments, we're negotiating with authorities, we're negotiating with universities. Everything is getting done. Papers have been published, certain papers. But we have to understand that, as I said before, this is a multi-trillion business. They want to get paid for around about 4 billion people, around about $20,000, $30,000, $50 per injection from governments. This is an investment return. This is not one-off today. Corona has a new version, then another one. They make it like a flu. That's what they're planning to do. And as we've seen reports today that the first 125 people from the first series of injections in America have lost their lives. And then a set of it, which has been posted out, we are reading. So we know has other things. We don't know what other nations' injections are, but we have to be vigilant for the work of the foundation. In the coming week, new technology is getting, we don't release any more technologies. We are developing and enhancing and applying the new technology. The Keshe Foundation research centers don't release any more new technologies into public. And this is the way we operate till we find a solution internationally for what is come to come. We can connect clearly with the use of new systems, success, and in a way, with all the work we could do, we have not managed to break through because they don't want a free technology to take place where hundreds of billions of dollars can be earned from.
Randy
And we have to be. this is going to be this has been brought up, and those who don't do have these consequences, and the nations who have other consequences. We will announce a success situation with a nation very soon, but we are shutting up. We're totally shutting up because we've seen the enemies of the foundation sit in this chat room. In this chat room, amongst you, you know who you are the ones who are after the control of the Keshe Foundation, takeover of the Keshe Foundation. And we become very wise. We don't announce. When you hear, now I make an announcement in the past few weeks, is where I want these people to go to, because we have a plan for them. And if you notice, we don't give any notices. But we have to be vigilant. And we have to keep with the ethos of the foundation. We release new technologies in a different way. We work in totally different dimension. We took that everybody will be good. We took that everybody will be honest, everybody will be the ethos of Keshe, but they are not. They came to literally take over the foundation. And they think foundation is something they can take over, and then they can add to it by taking it down. So very careful, whatever we do, that we keep the work going and we can save lives. But we have to be very careful with how we spread the knowledge. The way we spread the knowledge, as some of you might know, the priest who supported the Keshe Foundation in Brazil, and we heard him, and he opened his church, suddenly, accidentally, on New Year's Day has died with a heart attack. And we know he made a request to Vatican. And in Vatican, accidentally everybody dies with a heart attack. The same as those who get poisoned by other ways. So it's very real what the situation we sit in. It's very real how it's handled, has to be handled.
You said people are sitting in this platform right now that want to take over the
You
Keshe
see,
Foundation?
your teaching is a spread. People are on your platform or other platforms which listen to the teachings. This is not privately exclusive. This is open. This is an open platform teaching. Yes, there are people in teachings we know, we monitor, who are sitting here for different clandestine activities. Always been, from the beginning, establishment of the Keshe Foundation, there have been. We don't put people against each other, but we know who they are, we keep vigil on them, we know how they do, and we have very good friends here. But we have to understand the whole structure of the foundation has to be protected, especially with the teaching, especially with Corona, especially with everything else.
But if they're allowed to open their microphone, they can sabotage everything right there.
Yep, but they work different way than you and I do because they have a different agenda.
Randy says someone within the Keshe Foundation should download all the entire YouTube channel if they haven't already.
We have backup and backups. Everything which is in public domain has been kept by the Keshe Foundation. Every teaching, everything which belongs to us and the work of the Keshe Foundation is backed up 2 or 3 times. We can come up within minutes.
And Mark, this is, I want to add, this is also, we don't have to stop talking about the knowledge, because when we talk about cup of soul and cup of life, things like this, is nothing about the medication or curing, anything like this. So, and we already have established a private platform that works beautifully in terms of reaching out to people. So already we have this set up, and we don't really have to worry about any of this. The only thing is when people like Alex or other people, like when you go to teach in the Italian group, they have to be careful, like from attendees, they're not going to ask a question about the queue, things like that. It has to be strictly educational the way you did it today. That's the whole point, that's all.
Yeah, that's why I went with the soul teaching. I mean, this is the final frontier, let's say, and that's why I said this way you avoid everything. And there's plenty of knowledge around the YouTube or around different platforms where people can find Cup 1 and Cup 2 and what they're all about. Or like you said, we can refer them to that.
Yeah, absolutely. Newcomers, when they come in, they start learning the knowledge. If they need any help, you just direct them to the Telegram setup we have. All the Telegram setup we have is all private, has nothing to do with YouTube, and the government cannot do anything or anybody else, as a matter of fact. So we are safe in that matter, and we can strictly share knowledge, and knowledge is about the creation and everything else around it, and it's not about curing anything.
Thank you, Azza.
And I think another factor is in time, because we go into the new cycle of our existence, and then we actually elevating the way we're going. In time, we can do further more with our own essence, with our soul, which nobody can have any control over, because we're not computer any longer. We're just a being, and a being is more powerful than just a simple telephone or computer. I mean, when you can communicate to your soul, why do you need a telephone?
And can you share with us again? I went to look for the Farsi meeting this week, but I didn't find it, or I had the wrong time. Can you again?
Farsi meetings is on Wednesday at New York time is at 10, and in Tehran time is 8:30 p.m. And I think in Europe time is about 4 o'clock. Yeah,
4
4
p.m.
o'clock.
CET.
4
Okay.
p.m.
Thank you
4
very
p.m.
much.
We change it from Monday to Wednesday.
Okay, everyone's been very patient with their mics closed for a couple hours, almost 3. If anyone would like to open their mic, ask a question, make a comment, keep it within the rules.
I only have one question about the last cash bed. That is it possible to try it somewhere, or maybe
It's not a bed.
Yeah, this
Not a bed.
cash bed.
We don't have the bed.
It's an enhancement unit.
Okay, understand.
I know somebody asked him in the Vision if this was a med bed, and he said absolutely not.
You can bring it to Norway and talk to Marie. Marie can tell you the detail how you can bring it to Norway.
Okay, thank you. I will call her. Thank you.
You're welcome.
How did you hear about this meeting? You were aware of it in the past, Gamagard?
I have been invited every time, but now I got the intuition that I wanted to enter. And now it was, I only followed my intuition and came into your meeting. And I haven't been for several years because I have been in a kind of having my thoughts and work another direction. But now I feel it's time to work for Keshe to improve the interest and to make small workshops so more people can start to make their own plasma and GANs.
You've seen some of the Oasis centers. There was one in France. I think Gianni has set up some. Dean Hansen would like to set something up over here. You've heard
Yes,
of these oasis centers?
yes,
Is
I
that
have.
something you'd like for your camp?
Yes, and I have a building in the center of this community, and also here on the camp, I have available to offer to be a host of such a technology device. In this way, to improve the interest and also the same time to be a host for practical learning and to be very low profiled activity. And in this Facebook group, we have still 1,200 members, but we didn't have any activities the last 3 years because we had the focus from our Norwegian health authorities. So I didn't want to have a fee for 400,000 Norwegian crowns, about $40,000, because they didn't want Keshe to enter Norway, but we have to continue in slow motion, I think.
Wow, that can hurt. I mean, the
Yes,
$40,000.
Keshe is informed about the situation we had in 2016. Thank you.
Thank you, beautiful soul.
Mark, you are bring interesting question. How you are getting this meeting? I am getting in this meeting from Zoom, from Telegram link, and from Facebook link. Perhaps the other is able to say how you coming in, because in that manner you know the people, you know from who it's knowing, from know to be better. It's my thought, certainly. It's not, but it's for, because it's difficult when you are co-host or host to bring people in without making, let's say, this prejudice to the others.
Dan, your microphone was breaking up a bit. Could you just state that again? You were saying, how do you know if you bring someone in, and we're letting everyone in, if this is a
Yes,
problem?
when you are host or co-host, how you know it if you know this person, how it's bringing in? Because when it's happened to bring, not let's say wrong person, with other intention, how you know it? With your soul?
That's what I was going to say, but I always am for everyone coming into the meeting, but apparently there's some funny actors out there.
And this is not the first time it's happening. It's always been like this. But Keshe Foundation has always been watching over this.
It's been happening even in the, meanwhile we're doing the interview on Wednesday, on the 30th. We had a Zoom for the knowledge seeker who didn't have Facebook or the radio, and we had a problem there. But now it's like Mr. Keshe said, we start to be more strict. So we're just asking when we see someone that we don't know, what's his name, and we let him come in one at a time. So, and we also were thinking to show again the, somewhere in the foundation, in the website, there is written like a clear conduct, no? So we want to reread or make clear to what what we're supposed to do and what we're not supposed to do. So we don't jeopardize the foundation. So matter of fact, last week I definitely go back to say that to organize meeting with the representative of the Keshe Foundation. So Ella, so we make sure we are always online with her. And yeah, in such a way that we can find a way that we all can work together. So yeah, so just gonna say this at the moment, yeah. And we have more and more people coming in now in the Italian teaching. So this also is very good. Yeah, so we have to be more aware and careful on a way that, you know, just don't do anything that can jeopardize all of us. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for your support.
Stefania, can you hear me?
Yes.
Just remember that when we asked people to sign the peace treaty, that kind of separated the people that are giving. And, you know, that's the thing. Instead of, in a way, we want to embrace those that seek help, but they may have other intentions. That's how we bring more people in, is that we continue to be open and seek these to help even the people that are suffering because of what they've done, because they don't deserve to suffer for the rest of their lives either. They all deserve second chances. And so I would say, you know, the thing that separates a lot of people is those that talk about that technology but don't ever make it. They never put their intention into creating something. That's how you can tell about a lot of people, or that won't say that they will sign the peace treaty. It's kind of the thing that they don't even need to sign it, but they can't even say they will sign it. So I just would like to remind people back from when we were in the beginning, where we invited everyone, and we still want to be very open. And the things that separate the people is the closer they get to the technology, it either changes them for the better, or they just cannot go any farther, and that separates them too. Even though there's in the past there's been some very dedicated people, but eventually it led to their own demise. They had to go that far. And I just want to try to remind people of the peace treaty, and the whole ethos behind all of this really will separate those that have not so good intentions from those that have intentions that are peaceful. Thank you.
Yeah,
you know,
definitely.
I don't think we can you know, separate people in the level of if they sign the peace treaty or if they make something, because the very good example of it, the person who was sharing bed with Mr. Cash, I mean, just with Mr. Cash for years and years, and look what happened. So we can't really say who is against the knowledge, who is not. It's just the conduct of it, and they can come in many forms. So we cannot make a rules for who is going to be with the knowledge or not. So even somebody who's closer than somebody like that, it turned out to be something totally different. So we never know. So we in all aspects we always have to be careful. Even the person you think is done so much, created so much gadgets or made so much ganses or this and that, we really know what is the true intention. And we cannot say somebody who hasn't made anything, that person is not in the right direction or somebody else is. We just have to be careful, that's all.
Yes, definitely. The way, because I find myself now in you know, in the way expanding the situation. I think definitely the main things is the conduct. So, and this shows every day. So each one of us have to be self-responsible to give their best, and to, like Mr. Cash said in the past, even if you find people that you don't like, but we share in the same vision, and we all having good conduct, we are all equal. So in life, many times we find people that maybe come from other directions, so they have a completely different view of or way to be than maybe the one that you or someone does. So we have to really open up. I really ask to, actually I should not ask anything. So we have to, what I try to do is to open up the heart really 360. This is when we talk about unconditional love. This is where is the true, where we learning the truth of the unconditional love. So it means you have to treat everyone equally, and then they have to be self-responsible of their conduct. So I agree, for example, what you just said, Azar, and agree what this other gentleman said before. So we have to leave open, but really monitor. I don't know if it's the right word, monitor the conduct, but just make sure that between us, we all, because sometimes people they mean in a good way. They want to do good, and they come with their way. But sometimes it has to be clear what is from the foundation and what is not from the foundation. So for example, if someone and maybe Mr. Cash, correct me if I'm wrong, because it's something that goes on. So if someone knowledge seeker learn from the Cash Foundation, and then he goes in his house and make his own things with the knowledge is required. This is what we want in one way, because it's not copy and paste. But on the other hand, you cannot go around and say put the logo of the Cash Foundation, or put the face of Mr. Cash. The two are separate. So you are a knowledge seeker who we sharing knowledge, and I, for example, I push those people to go in the testimonial where they can show what they've been doing, and bring their own experience, but this has to be clear. So what we did on last Friday, when we had this internal meeting, we push on this, where we are freely sharing knowledge. We're all in different backgrounds, and we all want the same things. So creating this, getting control of our own life, and creating the world, that we want. But we have to do this together. So we have to be united. So we have to don't take things personal, and do our best, and don't judge others or look at others. I found sometimes.
Can I ask, sorry, can we move on from this subject? This is North American teaching. I think we made enough comment on it, and let them carry with their work. Thank you very much.
Yes, good evening, everybody. I have a question, Mr. Cash, if you're allowed.
Yes.
In your teaching, you said analyze cup 1 and decipher cup 1. This is the last teaching. So anyone have done it? If may I ask?
Which one is cup 1?
Cup which gives you life. It's called cup of life.
Did anyone analyze that?
What would you like to know?
If you analyzed it.
Jalal, I didn't analyze it, but the cup is analyzing me.
Well, what I've been thinking about lately, and when Mr. Kesh said you have to sort of be like an electron, where you're to receive you to receive from your cups, you have to be lower than your creation, and this is how the Creator receives from His creation. To be humble, to be lower than the creation you created in order to receive from it. Just as with the unit, if you want to go somewhere, you're creating a much weaker field, and the field or the place you want to go to is a stronger field, so you're automatically pulled in that direction. So we must become lower and humbler to receive from our cups, as I'm seeing it right now.
May I ask, Mr. Alex, this energy of plasma, dynamic plasma, or plasma in general, is a kind of scalar energy like Tesla energy, longitudinal? If you know, or Mr.
I'm not a rocket scientist, but you know, as soon as you say longitudinal, you're talking about only one dimension. The plasma energy is multidimensional and has multiple energy states, as I've said. So we're looking at the picture from a totally different perspective. You have to incorporate the totality when you're looking at the energy transfer. So it goes from state to state, and it goes within the state, within the range, within the state as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the big revelation, as far as I'm concerned, with respect to understanding how the plasma energy states are operating, is that we can actually see all the states visible within our physical state. So when we talk about looking at the physical state and ignoring the field states, we have to understand that the same principles apply in the field state, and so we have to transcend that and understand how the energies are flowing in the higher levels. We have to understand that they follow the same rules and that they manifest the same way in multiple energy states simultaneously. So this is the new dynamic that's coming within the understanding. Thanks for your question.
I ask because electromagnetic fields and waves and this energy emitted by these fields are latitudinal, horizontal, I mean, and plasma is vertical. The sense. How is the sense? This was my question, if you know.
You are looking at there are multiple dimensions. So in terms of the physicality, we're looking at, say, the X, Y, and Z axis, and being able to look at that, we are in a fourth dimension. You know, the lower dimension cannot create a higher dimension, because if it can create a higher dimension, then it would occupy that dimension. So we are already occupying that higher dimension. That's the realization for those of us who are emphasizing our physicality and want through our physicality to, shall we say, connect with nature. We're going at it the wrong way. You know, we are nature.
Can I add in, please? Sorry about Alex. I think what she's asking is in the what we call in the physics terminology she's referring to, if I'm correct, if I understood correct, we're talking about helix spherical, where
the field, as they expand out, they follow a sphere direction, not a helix vertical. Because in physics, in terminology with physics, we have direction and field forces. In the term of plasma, the fields not only follow spherical shape, even in the universe, they follow helix fields, which means in center they open up, and in the edges of the sphere of the plasma, they return back into. So you have vertical and horizontal, as you call it, the process of what I call Tesla or Dr. The German professor Meyer. It doesn't work the old physics way. This is why we could not predict the position of the electron within the boundary of the proton. It was unpredictable. Now, if you understand the field forces, it's very predictable. We know when the next position of the plasma of electron would be. The unpredictability is taken out of it once you understand the helix spherical motion of the fields of the plasma. Is not anymore gravitational or magnetical, is both at the same time, depending which field forces and which boundary and position has a lower field effect to pull or to receive. Is no more vector, the way we used to call it.
Thank you, Mr. Kesh. Yeah, it's okay.
Just wondering, where is everything going in Linz? I understand the country is still shut down. Are we still, the exhibition center is obviously has everything in there, and have they suspended what you have to pay for that exposition center, or is the foundation being billed for this?
These are internal affairs of the foundation, but the exhibition has to be closed till the 18th by the regulation. And after the 18th, the exhibition center will tell us how we fit into the new regulation. There's going to be a new announcement tomorrow by the authorities in Austria, which we have to follow. The exhibition as it is, nothing has been moved. It's just a total lockdown because on the ground floor now is the what we call the Corona Center for tests. And most probably very soon will become the Corona Center for injections. Till the 18th, the exhibition center, by order of the government, is shut down.
Mr. Kish, I received a call from a Baha'i friend. He's member of National Spiritual Assembly. He's a doctor, and he has this network of hospitals in Romania. Queen Mary is the name of, we put Queen Mary. And he said he doesn't know you, and he asked from which country you are. I said he's from Iran. And he said, but he is not Baha'i. If he's not Baha'i, I will not come. You know that many Baha'i are scared about, even me, they said you are a nice person, but sometimes you are naive and don't tell to the people you are Baha'i because they can make you something bad. And especially if you go to Iranian embassy, don't tell you are. Please, they just said as friends to me, because we want to protect you, to protect me. And he said if he's Baha'i, we will come and we will collaborate, but maybe they scare. I don't know.
The Cash Foundation is independent of work with any religion or scientific organization. We are religious blind, scientific blind, and colorblind. People take position according to what is benefit and what is beneficial to them.
Yes, and he is very, very busy. He said I'm sorry, I'm busy, maybe other time, I don't know. And he advised me to take inaction, but if I'm allergic, no, because I'm allergic. So he's a cardiac doctor. He works now in he has a foundation, Queen Mary, and he's giving free treatment for old people, and his wife also free education for poor people. Maybe in the future, I don't know, maybe they will be able to buy this unit, enhancement unit. I will talk to them step by step. She's a physicist and he's a doctor, so they are able to understand plasma knowledge and science. Anyway, I will see, because my wish was to invite them to come on Friday to Brazilian meeting. And I am so sorry about Padre Chico.
Hello, Mr. Cash. I'm Reno from Italy, and I have a question. Why these evil people, they planning to make this mass vaccination, and they think about make evil stuff. They have contact with other kind of extraterrestrial being. They maybe, is this true? They may have contact with these people, or it is just people from Earth doing this stuff.
People who make these things, they see a bottom line, finance and power. And space is a very peaceful place. So we can't see people from outside creating such a condition. Then this depends on the maturity of the man, what they say, what I would like to say.
So all the thing
you can scare a lot of people about a lot of things, but not necessarily is what it is and what it could be.
As I was thought about it, because you always say it's like the space is a very safe place, and we still in a code in this planet because we have not reached the point of maturity. and we keep it going with this aggression, and so we can get out. And I thought, how can being from outside, being evil, is nonsense. So all the things about extraterrestrial working with humans and make evil stuff, that's all rubbish.
Put it this way, if they wanted to do anything to Earth, would have done it in the past millions of years. So we don't see for it to be that way.
Okay, got it. Thank you, Mr. Cash.
Would anyone else like to make a comment or share something? I have a question.
Mark, hi, it's Dean here. I can ask a question. If Mr. Kesh would like to answer, obviously that's his decision. Mr. Kesh, in Linz, it's a real shame to hear about the exhibition centre just being dormant. But does it really matter? Because we can all be sat in our chairs or led on a sofa or whatever we're doing. And can we imagine ourselves? Can we think ourselves into the enhancement units and experience whatever it is we need to experience? Can we connect with them?
At the moment, the system in Linz are not active. They've been totally deactivated. But as we have started the structure working, they interact. I have not been there for past month, but surely when we go back, we'll find out exactly what's going on there. As when I was there about a month ago, I was asked to leave. I couldn't stay there long. But once we get the opportunity to go back in, the systems are totally changed. Even we replaced a new system inside once we get a chance. And we'll be able to allow certain new things to happen. But we have to wait till we see.
I hope so, Mr. Kesh. It's for all of us. It's that moment we're all we're like fish in a bowl. We're all gasping for air. We're all experiencing those moments where we would love to feel the fields and have that beautiful embrace of the soul engaging outside of the body, so that we can have peace all around us. That we can bring this wonderful technology of the universe forward to mankind instead of this old regime still encapsulating our physicalities.
There's a lot to be done in the next few months, and new technologies, new materials, new science, which is getting developed to be released. But we have to be confident in what we do, that this time, in a way, we use the past teachings as a board to see how humanity responds and how it behaves. And the new knowledge, the new science which is developed, will take a different path of, in a way, sharing and how we teach it. It's fundamentally different than how we behaved before, but now we understand more that we can't trust everybody around us and how things are. So we work on the basis that we trust everybody this time, but we use the technology that they cannot interfere.
So how can each one of us as a soul really help the foundation in these moments, Mr. Kesh? By spraying the waters, as Doug has just said, on Sundays, and whenever we feel like it, by our thoughts and intentions, teaching, how can we really, what's the best way we can serve and help the foundation and humanity move on, get to this beautiful position that we know is coming, that's here, really?
There is, I mean, when I look at it, and even today, I received a message from one of the, what I call, most trusted knowledge seekers within the foundation, that how things have been done and how those who are close to the foundation plan different things from what we planned. And in so many ways, for us, the only thing we can do is to teach, continue to teach in any shape or form. And the time for the work of the foundation has come, is completed. The enhancement units will be very different than what their jobs or what they deliver will be very different than what we were expecting in the first series of them. And with that, we deliver new technologies. And this technology comes with a more or less the soul teaching and application of understanding the work of the soul. And in the next few weeks, we extend on it very rapidly. And this is why in the past few days, or past 2 or 3 weeks in the teaching, public teaching, we opened the position of the how to make systems to work with the soul of the man. It is now, I was explaining this to knowledge seekers recently. We are going through a process where the soul of universe, or what we call the universal soul, the knowledge, the ethos, will be embedded in the original soul of the man created within the womb of the mother. Up to now, man takes a soul according to the strength of the mixture of the amino acids and the structure of the father and mother eggs and the sperm. With a new technology, we embed the soul of the universe in that place, which means for the first time, the children of man will carry the soul of the universal soul within them at the point of birth, which is a radical change in the structure of the life on this planet, where up to now, mankind always relied for the soul to be created within the dimension of the amino acid. Now we teach the ways that mankind carries the soul of the universe, but the physicality of the man. And at that interface, man will never do wrong. And this is the change.
So, Mr. Kesh, does that mean we have to wait a generation?
You have to wait till 21st of March. Takes one soul to change the whole. And this is where we are striving to do. That we elevate the soul of man to the soul of universal community, where
you don't need to learn the language, but you understand all the languages of universe.
And it was man, present man, was the man's been gifted this knowledge at birth, this new soul, this new this new soul. Is it will take a physicality if it chooses?
This is the whole objective of the new cycle, where the soul and the physicality together decide. There is no separation. Up to now, you had the physicality of the man, or those who are elevated high enough could be in the dimension of the soul. Now, with this process, both coexist. You can manifest yourself if you wish, or you can live in the dimension of the soul. The basis of this teaching is even in the patent. I hid it so nicely in the original patent. So man progresses to the next step, where we don't carry the soul of the man the way it's connected to amino acid, but we carry the soul of the universe, which understand the work of the amino acid, where the physicality, in a way, becomes within the structure of the soul, than the soul being captured or imprisoned by the physicality, also the soul of physicality of the man.
So we're talking about the creator within all of us being present. One of Alex's images I saw that he produced, the picture of the brain of the man. I saw from your teachings, I remember the central line of the universe, and the creator resides within the central line. And I saw within the brain of the man, the image that Alex had, that it looked like the central line. And then the brain, obviously the matter state, the fields coming into matter state, producing the physical brain. But the central line, that central line that could have been one of the axes that Alex talks about. For me, that teaching that you gave, that many times you've mentioned about the creator being in the central line of the unicos, seems to be significant now.
As I always say in all the teaching, we teach, and it's according to the intelligence and the knowledge of the man, to how to use and develop the technology for themselves. And this process has started. We cannot reverse it. That the mankind as totality has begun the process of the conversion. We would not pull the man into the universal community. We has to be dragged on or dragged in with shouting and howling. We embed the soul of the universe, that the man changes within.
Will the man understand this, Mr. Kesh? Will the man comprehend this knowledge? All man, or certain souls? Or is it the overall soul of humanity will, once, as you said, one soul is enlightened, the whole of humanity will be as one with this knowledge?
We had to forgive a lot and not forget, but we had to evolve a lot to bring this forward. And in so many ways, the knowledge of the creator
within the soul of the man, always been there. But now man gets access to the knowledge of the universe that allows him to be able to live and survive and travel within all dimensions of their creation, where you don't need what I call a bodysuit to become the traveler of space. Where the man lives within the structure of his own soul, but his universal soul. In a very short time, we'll open this door. Much, much shorter than we can think. It's a knowledge, and you all have it. You've all been born with it, but you do not know how to use it. And enhancement units and others, they become tools for this evolution.
I think mankind is certainly the people on this the panel and the knowledge seekers are they're awake to this beauty now, this knowledge that you've shared so beautifully, and I know within us all that we feel that these precious moments are the field strength is gathered to a point where we, as you say, we don't need these tools. We feel it. I feel humanity. I can only speak for myself as a soul, but I seem to go through periods where I feel the forces, the field forces of a larger body, and all its traumas and all its beauties and joys and fears, all sort of all the forces rolling through from one point to another. And I think humanity is starting to feel as one, even though it's we're feeling some of us are feeling having a lot of anxieties or whatever it is, but it's still feeling as one. And in the totality of the knowledge and of the universe, the whole, it's part of the whole. So it's a big new understanding, I think.
Dean.
Yes, Jalal. Hello, Jalal.
Hi. Can you feel your nose? It is in front of your nose.
Yes, Jalal. Thank you. But that's my physicality, Jalal.
You know, Mr. Cash, we need to make a group of deciphering your talk, what you teach.
It will take you thousands of years.
Yes.
Even it's so simple. As man knowledge increases, they see different angles in the same word to understand different knowledge within the same word.
That is the beauty of diversity.
Jalal, can I ask you a question? Sorry, Mr. Cash. Jalal, can I ask you a question? Have you thought about your cup of life? Have you analyzed it?
All the time.
And so your thoughts and intentions, your manifestation of your soul is within that cup, in the matter state?
Yes, of course. Whatever you do, this is your creation. So
if you go through all the teaching, or if you have been through some of the teachings, we have covered, and I repeat this again and again, all aspects of life. A lot of teaching which I've done in the past years will have a totally new meaning and a new understanding. Once you understand how to create the soul of universe within you, and then how you will communicate with your soul of physicality, with your physical body. Because the soul of the universe is, by order of magnitude, is much more powerful and will overcome the soul of the man and soul of the physicality of the man, even though they'll be embedded within it. This is why in many teachings will come very clear to most of you. I always say in a chemistry, you see in the, let's say, sodium and potassium as a molecule added to something, maybe to a water or whatever. You see molecules, you see a structure, atomic structure. In the plasma technology, the fields interact within as one entity, but hold their own structure and strength. So in a coming time, in a short time, very short, shorter than maybe handful of what we call universal time, mankind will have his physicality within the structure of the soul of the man, within the soul of the structure of the universal community, all coexist, and is the decision of who allows what to be manifest according to the wishes of the physical or soul of the man. It's a new structure, and it's the only way we can walk mankind away from war. We can walk away mankind from killing. And this has been well planned and well executed. And we have enough momentum, a mass of knowledge seekers and those who understand the structure to bring that change very rapidly. You got to understand over 300 million people have heard, been, or around the foundation work at the moment, and increasing in a different way totally at the moment. And all started with one man some 20 years ago. In 20 years, we have reached 200-300 million. Next 12 months and 2 years, it'll go meteoric. Then we can reach all those who understand. All these teachings will be heard by every man who can understand and listen to. But the technology will deliver on its own. But we are not here for the technology. We are not here for, as one Dr. Kostova told me, our Earth is a prime, what do you call it, site. That's why you lot come here. We can create prime sites anywhere. We can produce whatever we like. It's a short-sightedness of understanding what the reason is of the creation. Will change a lot of things in a very, very short time. I received what I wished for. I was gifted what I asked for. And for it, we give back. We have found peace. We have found what we call resolution into everything. And in that process, everything is on course. But many of you, children and grandchildren, will carry the soul of the man that you are aware of. We have started the process. And the process will take shape, and we teach it in a very correct way in the coming months. This will be taught. Enhancement units will be a ground where world population will learn how to elevate their souls. If You would have carried on with that interview from Italy last week. I explained, if you can go back to it and play it, I explained, and in the other teaching, in the enhancement units, we don't create gold, we create the soul of the gold. That if that soul is happy, is comfortable to be manifest itself, will manifest itself in that position, knowing what is going to be used for. Is it going to be used for a golden bullet, or is it going to be a process to save a life? Because even the soul of the matter has a responsibility in this process of life, let alone the man. You cannot create anything which can bring harm to any soul, to any existing life, anywhere in the universe. Now that you understand this, your misconduct here can affect the soul you're going to create in another universe where your soul is supposed to manifest. So there shall be no misconduct. We elevate the soul, but the way mankind is not aware of, and he'll become aware of. So you will understand very rapidly. You still can live a beautiful life in the physical life, and the way you live or how you want to live, but now you're aware that you can live in the dimension of the soul too. To be loved and to be held by one you love will become in the level of the soul of the man, not in the dimension of physicality. Then the soul will not lie, and the physicality will enjoy the time and the place.
This is the thing that's been always confounding to me when we look at the opportunities. I think it's clear that the new science is opening up new opportunities. Anytime there's been a paradigm shift or a technical revolution, it's brought more prosperity and a better quality of life, except to those who have abused. But generally speaking, that has been the course. I just don't understand how people trade short-sighted gain for long-term, shall we say, soul detriment. Anyway, I've always failed to understand that, and I just can't get my head around it, and I think it's just too bad. It's something that they have to live with. So we all have to, well, think good, do good, and be good. It's pretty well sums it up. I just want to thank everybody for listening to our presentation and joining us today in the North American team. I know we have a lot still to cover, and I want to thank all the North American people and all the European people. I know it's extremely late at night, so I know that you have gone to great extremes to be here, so I really, really appreciate that. And Mr. Kesh, as always, thank you very much for the opportunity. And the new year, well, the new year has begun, and we have lots to do. and it's not a mountain that we can't climb. It's just a molehill. It's just another bump in the road, and the future is very bright as long as we have good intentions, and I think most of us do. When we look at the consequences, those who have are missing that point need to reevaluate, because there's a whole lot of difference between being a participator and an enabler in a bright future, or being an enabler that will eventually create an expendable condition. So I don't, just like I say, I don't understand that logic. Short trade. I thank you all, and all good thoughts. Mark, I'm going to hand it over to you and carry on the meeting.
Okay. We've been here for close to 4 hours, and I don't want to turn this into a marathon for everyone. It's probably getting late for some, even though we want to thank Mr. Kesh for consistently being present most of the time with us and enlightening us. And yes, in that Radio Vision, you can continue watching that. That is on YouTube. You will find that, all their playlists. And he does go into some very nice things, showing what was done with a man's eye that had diabetes, as well as his foot, and some other things that you'll learn if you replay that for yourselves on your own time. Would anyone like to make any final comments? I mean, we can keep going for hours, I'm sure, and someday we will. I know I would like to say more, but I feel that I'm bridled on the speech. We don't want to say exactly what we're thinking, I guess, because then you can knock the whole network off the air. I wish there was another way around it, but right now there isn't. So we'll just be careful. We'll watch what we say and watch anyone who comes in and tries to pull any sort of shenanigans in here. Would anyone else like to say anything before we close the meeting?
I know I asked too much. I was interested on this enhancement unit. How can help a woman to have a baby even she doesn't have an egg, like me, for example. I am too old and I don't have eggs anymore.
Well, your true children will come out of your soul in the next cycle.
Next cycle?
I don't mean menstruation cycle, I mean in the next cycle.
Yes, cycle of life, I understand.
Can I answer that, please?
Yes.
If we know everything came out of plasma, and now you have the knowledge to manipulate and work with the plasma. So it is very easy for you.
To have again an egg. I mean eggs.
I will repeat. Everything created out of plasma. Everything created out of plasma. And now you have the knowledge to manipulate and work with all sorts of plasma. It is very easy. And this is the same answering when they asked Alex in the beginning about the new year. This is the new era of this knowledge. Whatever comes across your road, it is a plasma. in one way or another. So you can interfere, you can block, you can work with it, you can do a lot of with it.
Thank you, Jalal. I'm not sure I understood, but
I will give it to you just like this. Maybe it's not for you, for another. Whatever happened to you happened for a purpose. It's already decided for a long time ago. It's not you who decided. Actually, it's not you who decided that. So you need to ask the right question to yourself. You will find the position and the answer. And most important thing that you can do whatever you want.
yeah, it's correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to just play a little ending clip here for about 8 minutes or so, and then we'll play the disclaimer again, and then the meeting will be over. Would anyone else who's been holding back, who wanted to say something or bring something forward for us, please feel free.
Love is the key.
And love is giving. Alrighty then, I'm going to play this little clip, and we will play the disclaimer, and then the meeting will end. Anyone else would like to say something?
Mark, can I just say thank you very much to yourself, Mr. Kesh, to Alex. Alex, thank you for your wonderful teachings, and thank all the beautiful souls here present this morning, this afternoon, tonight, wherever you are on this planet. We are all one, and you are all deeply, deeply loved. And I'd love to just say thank you to every single person, every soul present. Thank you.
And I like Mr. Kesh's answer when it said, thank you, Mr. Kesh. He says, it's not me anymore. It's all of us. It may have started with one man, but now it's 300 million strong and growing.
I would just like to say very quickly, when I spray the GANS water, the plasma water, I always sit back afterwards and feel a very, very beautiful feeling comes over me. It's very subtle, but it's like the only thing I really can do that's practical to help the whole of the earth come to maturity. And I don't know if anyone else feels the same, but it is this amazing feeling of upliftment within myself that I've done something, probably the most important thing that I do at the moment in my life. And it takes a little bit, just a quiet time after I've sprayed, and I just feel this feeling come over me that I'm, that I'm humbly doing the best I can. So I just thought I'd put that in.
Fear of satisfaction, yes?
Yes, Jalal, exactly. It is. It's a feeling of accomplishing something that's beyond a physical thing. It's just this feeling that I've, as I spray even, I'm thinking the fields of this spray is going out far beyond what I can understand. And, I can't walk physically or drive physically everywhere and spray everywhere, but I'm confident somehow within myself that these fields are doing far more than what I can understand.
So after all, you are not fired.
Yeah. Thanks, Jalal. I love you so much. You're a funny fellow.
Thank you.
All right, Jalal, send him 500.
He
He's doing a wonderful job.
He already give it.
Can I share like a little things that happened today? No, maybe it was yesterday. Just a little realization that I had that I want to share. Can you hear me properly?
Take your time. Yes, we hear you fine.
Yeah. So I was just using the breathing device. I did the Coca-Cola bottle and put the straw, no? And what I noticed was this: to be able to breathe more easily, you have to breathe out more. Like for example, no, if you do a normal breathing, you don't breathe much in, you don't breathe much out, you don't breathe much in. But to breathe in, you have to breathe more out. So what I noticed, you have to kind of breathe out as much as you can, and then breathe more out, and only then you will be able to breathe a lot more in. And I was thinking suddenly, I thought, oh, it's like when we talk about fields, the more you give, the more you receive. It's a little bit like when you do the breathing device. So it was like the lungs, if you just breathe in and out, you will have a ratio that's, and so just to increase more, you have to breathe out more. So I just want to share this.
So like a deeper
Was really
breathing.
interesting.
A deeper?
You cannot just breathe in. If to breathe more in, you cannot breathe more in. To breathe more in, more quantity of air in, the only way you can do this if you breathe more out, if you breathe out more air. It will not be the other way around. Do you understand?
Try
so it's
to
a little
empty
bit
your
like
yeah.
It's like when we said you have to give more to receive more. It's like I found this comparison. If you want to breathe a lot of air in easily, you cannot just breathe in. It will not allow you. The lungs will not allow you. The only way to breathe more in is only when you make sure you breathe as much as you possibly can out. So I found this very ironic, because you have to possibly can breathe out in order to breathe in more in. So it was more like taking and giving, or like when we talk about serving or unconditional giving, you have to. It's like the same things. You have to. It only works when you give more. Only then you receive more. So I thought it was very similar. So I want to share this.
Yes, Stefania. شكرا حبيبي.
شكرا حبيبي. يلا.
Anyone else? I want to thank everyone for attending. This has been the American Corona Telegram meeting for January 3rd, 2021. And the fun has just begun. So let me play this last clip, and we'll play the disclaimer following that, and then the meeting will end. Thank you all for attending. Continue on. We have a bright, bright future ahead of us.
Many of us will spend for the first time this new year alone, as the lockdowns by the governments enforcing new conditions come into operation. It will be the first time mankind will not be able to get together to celebrate the birth of the Christ, as will happen in last week and the coming of the new year tomorrow. And this might be a point for contemplation. Does the man need to have companion in the depth of the space? Or do we become, as we are tonight, celebrating a new year, the last man standing? today, as of what we believe and what we'll see to be the creator of the next generation of life. In a way, this virus has brought many, many new realizations to man. And in a way,
Hello, Mr. Cash. Your microphone switched off there.
yes. And in a way, the mankind has become a passenger of this spaceship of the Earth in the dimension of the universe. And now we are learning how, as a last man, to handle the viruses. As a last man, how we contemplate to exist and celebrate the memories of being on Earth while we are isolated. In many Western countries, tonight, they cannot with anyone but their own family and their own, most of them on their own, as is forbidden, as we actually become individual people in a spaceship of Earth, confined to a space and dimensions that we cannot interact. Maybe this is the first time man gets a true feeling of spaceman, locked down with the conditions, and how, as a last man standing, we survive, we live, we enjoy and celebrate a time being and having time to be with each other. Enjoy, those of you who are believers in the path of Christ and celebrating a new year. I wonder if any government will carry on with the lighting and celebration the way they used to, or as we've seen in some of the cities, a meager one light or one statue symbolizes the coming of the new year and Christmas. In so many ways, we have entered a true age of space and the space technology and interaction in the life of the universe. The virus has its plenty and solitude and singleness to see if we survive it. Let's see. Shall we call it a day?
Yes, perhaps you can quickly go through this one comment by Baba in the YouTube who wants me to ask you. He says, we were taught wrong that we have to sweat 99% and have 1% of inspiration. I now believe that Keshe technology is the other way around, 99% knowledge and
no sweat.
And the rest is sweat. And no sweat.
No sweat. Plasmas do not sweat, that's for sure.
Says, is that true, Mr. Cash? So I guess you've answered that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Happy New Year and a wonderful 2021 to many of you. Thank you very much and goodbye.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Kesh, and a very big Happy New Year to you as well. What do we have to announce for next week? We have the One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace coming up on Tuesday at 4 p.m. Central European Time as usual. And I think there's something else I'm forgetting. You'll check the usual places for notices if there's something that's missing there. Okay, I think that's it for now. Thank you everybody for attending once again. This has been the 361st Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, December 31st, 2020. Okay, we'll be back again next week, same time and place as well. Thanks everyone and goodbye.
Hello. We are the Kesh Foundation. Our mission is to bring peace on earth and join humanity with the universal community. We wish and work to bring man as equal to all beings in the universe. By teaching plasma science and technology equally to everyone, no one is left out and no one is abused due to lack of knowledge. By donating to us, you can help achieve this goal. keshfoundation.org/donate.
Information about the disclaimer. Okay, here we go.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.